Hello, hello, hello tout le monde, bonjour à tous et à toutes, bienvenue sur le live. Comme je vous ai dit, j'ai un repas de famille bientôt, mais on regarde ensemble le début. Voilà. J'espère que tout le monde va bien. Hop là, bonjour, bonjour. On est parti. Excuse-moi, c'est un peu le bordel parce que moi je suis en train de me préparer pour partir. Paf, paf, paf. Je prépare le Discord aussi. Tac. N'hésitez pas à spammer le Discord ou dans le chat si jamais tout d'un coup s'il y a un problème. Je peux voir à distance, mais je serai pas tout le temps sur le téléphone, quoi. Donc paniquez pas.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final day of racing here from Salfenden, Leogang, Salzburgerland in Austria. The joint longest serving, UCI World Cup venue on this year's calendar. It's been a really long, wet, cold week here in Austria.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils nous disent alors?
Sunshine out there.
Il fait pas très beau par rapport à hier.
Voilà, excusez-moi. All about UCI Cross Country World Cup Racing.
On est au round 3 en Autriche à Leogang. Si vous n'étiez pas là pour le vélo de descente hier, c'était une course assez incroyable. Et puis la course rapide de vendredi a été assez incroyable aussi. On a eu pas mal de retournements de situation, de crash, etc. Heureusement rien de mal, je crois. Mais c'était assez incroyable. Et comme je vous ai dit, je regarde le début avec vous, puis après je me casse parce que je vais manger au resto avec la famille. Mais je suis un peu là à distance, quoi. Qu'est-ce qu'on a? Il y a des nuages, 18 degrés, un peu de vent quand même. Et puis bon, le terrain est un peu délabré, quoi. Donc le bonhomme Michelin. Bonhomme Michelin qui est de retour. Ah, c'est parti pour le show.
At every race, we don't know who can win. It's insane. The Nino shorter period is gone now.
Everyone is trying so hard that the level is just growing so much.
You really need to bring your A game and make that victory just sweeter.
The competition is for sure more open. I liked it that way, especially now the courses, they all more compact. So now that everyone is in a good shape, we will see.
I think also for the fans it's exciting to watch or turn on the TV and not knowing what's going to happen. So it is an exciting time in the mountain bike circus.
To be in the front and battling with the best guys, it's very interesting and exciting.
Sadly, Victor and Chris are not there. We share a lot together.
They are one of the best. It's just making me more motivation for the next race when they come and try to beat them for sure.
It's good to have Adrian, you know, a little bit young, good energy, it's good vibe.
The young guys coming up from under 23 category and they are pushing us, so it's good for the sport.
It is an exciting time to get up to the elite and being able to already compete in the elite. We're trying to make our influence in the elite category and bring our racing style into that, and we'll see what the next races bring.
There are obviously young people also coming up that it's not that they don't respect too much, but they just think they can do whatever they want. So at the end, it's just like, I hate wasting energy in the bench sometimes, so I better back off instead of trying to fight for a position that you will go to 0 speed. So I don't know, new generations are like not that more with that respect that we had before, maybe from a different school in a way, but it's good for the TD. So I hope to see more, more tension. Will be good.
This is why I'm waking up every morning to train hard and to battling with the young guns. It's good.
There we go. It is anyone's race. Interesting to hear Martin Vidari referring to himself as one of the
on est
older
parti dans
riders
19 minutes,
out
chat.
there. Now we're getting ready to go for the elite
Donc
women's race. There's
vous
the
avez
big
le temps
Austrian favourite, Lyra
d'aller chercher à
Spiegel,
boire, à manger, de
on
vous
your
poser sur le
screen
canapé,
now,
d'aller aux toilettes.
heading towards the
Donc on va
warm-up
leur acheter
pens.
ici, à la maison.
Candice Lil, quiet season by her standards so far.
Hâte de voir le départ. Dans 19 minutes, est-ce que je
Can
dois
she
me
get
casser
it
avant, moi?
underway properly
Il y a moyen
today
que...
here in Leogang with a podium.
Attendez, je vais demander à quel rempart.
Alongside Ralph Neff, he will love these conditions this week. Keller, big fan of mud racing.
Ok, je me casse à midi 10, donc
Certainly enjoyed
je
herself
verrai les 10 premières
on the
minutes.
short track Friday evening.
Let's go. Après, je vous laisse avec le chat. J'aurais pu vous setup une cam avec le chat.
There's the cable car heading up the hill here in Leogang.
Ça
Riders
aurait été
heading
drôle, ça.
up multiple climbs
Oh,
this place. Well,
Oh, mais
not
Bou, il
everyone's
dort.
as excited as we are. Oh, yeah, maybe.
mais attends,
No.
mais c'est un parc ou
Let's
il est vraiment
find
là
out about Josh Carlson's new bike.
Ouais, je pense
New
que c'est un
bike
parc.
day is the best day of the year.
Faut que je m'achète ces écouteurs là. La copine est là, c'est vachement bien. Ah, petit focus sur les Scott. The news. Park.
In 2026, I've had the absolute pleasure of having Carlson on course, proudly supported by Scott. This year, we have a brand new opportunity on a brand new bike with the man of the moment over here, Yannick from the Scott SRAM MTB racing team. Yannick, brand new bike, updated version. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's a new modern geometry. We can adjust the steer tube angle. We have a new style of the rear triangle. You've never seen something like this on a modern cross-country bike. Yeah, let's build it up.
Whoa! This little piece here is uncovering some of the magic of this brand new Scott Spark XC.
The idea was actually to bring the whole mass of gravity down. The weight is down here and the riding is just amazing.
All right, we've interrupted the build to put on some fresh Michelin tyres, and I'm going to race Yannick. He's done a few tyres in his time. Ready, set, go. And can you tell who is the professional mechanic and who was the professional bike rider? Are you done already? I haven't even got the bead on. It's pretty sick to have a custom painted fork that matches the frame. Yannick, this RockShox flight attendant platform is integral to the performance of this particular bike. That's super cool because you can customize your front and rear shock to have it lock out while you pedal, have it unlock, have it in the lumpy terrain, the steep terrain, the uphill terrain, unreal. You've had some pretty incredible builds over the years, including Nino's anniversary bike last year. What's your favorite build you've ever done? My
Personal is definitely last year's Lancer Height bike. It took from scratch to the end. We did brakes and cranksets to match the frame color, and it's just an amazing bike, and also the build.
Or the bike and the moment and the details.
There you go.
Thank you, mate.
You're welcome.
Looks amazing.
Enjoy it.
Brand new Scott RC 2026, Carlson on course, bike of the year. Let's go and check it out right now.
Incroyable.
Yeah, as I say,
Il est beau, il est beau, il est beau le vélo.
best day of the year. Josh Carlson loving the new Scott. RockShox flight attendant suspension, Michelin
Il y a
tires on
pas
that
les...
thing.
Ah si, il pleut. Aïe, 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 il pleut.
Action pretty shortly.
Un tout petit peu.
See how that,
Et ça sent les parapluies là. Je pense que ça va être une course boueuse.
let's say.
Alors pas dans le même état que la Corée, mais
Riders down there raining now.
ça va être chaud quoi.
The start area.
Evie Richards qui ne sera pas là, hein. On rappelle qu'elle s'est bien cassé la pipe à Nove Mesto, a fait un beau soleil là, elle est partie en avant, vol plané assez incroyable. Ceux qui n'auraient pas vu, on peut voir ça sur ses réseaux Insta par exemple. Et puis du coup elle, on la verra pas aujourd'hui. Rien de cassé grave je crois, mais bref, un gros choc à la tête et tout, donc c'est repos pour l'instant pour notre anglaise Evie Richards.
Tweaked track, same old Josh. Here's Carlson on course.
Ah là on voit qu'il pleut. Ah, on va voir la course. C'est parti.
I finally got my hands on the brand new Scott Spark RC and we're here.
Oui, bon, on a compris que c'était le nouveau.
It's been updated and so many new sections to check out. Let's go and
Je sais
have
pas
a look.
pourquoi je lâche ma gueule pour la piste.
Well, the first major update.
La petite montée dans les cailloux, on l'a vu.
Rock garden. Now we've seen plenty of these rock gardens in courses so far this season, but this one is designed really well.
Est-ce que c'est le même qu'on a vu au short track? Oui, je crois que c'est celle-là, ouais. Il y avait une technique de passer à gauche ou à droite. Un début au milieu, puis ensuite à droite. Enfin à gauche, je veux dire. Parce qu'on le verra dans le sens de la montée, nous. Salut Léon, merci pour le follow. Je répète, hein, pour ceux qui n'étaient pas là depuis le début, moi je vais me barrer un repas de famille. Du coup je vous laisse le live allumé, faites pas de bêtises. Hein. Mais je regarderai à distance aussi. Donc aujourd'hui vous avez de la chance, je vous laisse le live tranquille.
Whoa! Holy Julie! Yeah, the boys!
Ouais, ça va être dégueulasse aujourd'hui, hein, c'est mou. Là, il pleut en ce moment.
Okay, so we're out of the major descent. I need to get my seat back up in the easiest gear possible because this is by far the steepest part of the track. Now you've got to be, oh, I can't even stop. You've got to be in the right gear because these little steps, roots and stumps will be so difficult. When you're breathing hard,
c'est une belle piste, hein, j'aime bien.
Il
y a un peu de tout. Cailloux, racines, saut, montée hard et puis descente technique. C'est une des belles courses de l'année. Pour l'instant, ça reste Nove Mesto ma favorite. Mais c'est vrai que Leogang c'est stylé.
There's a couple of little lumpy pumpy holes on the B line here, so it'll all come down to positioning because whatever position you go into that steep little chute in, it's going to take you.
C'est dans une dizaine de minutes là. Je crois que ça part à midi pile. Salut avec Gletton.
Pretty much 50% of this course is brand new. Some updated rock gardens.
Oh putain, ça grimpe, hein. Il y en a du dénivelé là à cette course.
But all things nicey in the wet. This Scott Spark RC is unreal. Time for some more laps and we'll see you track.
Ce côté. Ah, je suis obligé.
Loving the course here in Leogang.
J'avais dit oui.
The rain is really tipping down. There's your previous winners. Peterson, Lecomte. Kira Baum. What a season she's quietly having. First year elite and up and amongst the top 10 and just about every time I've asked.
Ils n'ont pas eu de bol au XCC. Il y a que le vélo de descente qui a eu un peu près du bol. Parce qu'on a eu un temps magnifique aussi vendredi, on a eu des belles chutes. Heureusement rien de très grave. Mais on a failli avoir un assassinat là avec Colombo et Vidoré. Ah non, c'était Martin. C'était Lucas Martin qui a failli se prendre Colombo dans la nuque là.
Not exactly slow in the rain either. Well, Specialized have been superb this season. We caught up with them earlier in the week.
Oh, quel enfer. Ah, petit récap.
I had like a super start into the season in South Korea.
Sina Fry taking her first XCO elite win.
The double win there was something very special.
Sina Fry has refused to let victory slip through her mud-soaked fingers.
To have two totally different races and prove on both conditions that you're one of the fastest, that for sure gave me also a lot of confidence.
Novo Mesto was just a really, really good weekend.
And they are go in Novo Mesto.
The Sunday was crazy. I could get a gap in the downhills and then just kept on a good pace.
What a result from the Austrian champion.
It was just amazing to celebrate my first victory on European soil, and coming to Leogang now is really good. Seeing the boys winning last year and then just training together, pushing each other, it's always something we also wanted to aim for.
Blevins and Koretsky side by side. Blevins does the triple.
For sure, the guys, they inspired us. They also always told us we can do the same. We just need to be patient and we have to believe in it.
Specialized. 1, 2, 3.
Some years ago where it was super hard for me and the results were not outstanding. You know you're in the best team, you see the guys performing like every race and you have the same support, and sometimes you feel like, yeah, maybe I should deliver now. When I struggled mentally, the team would support me to give me opportunities to work with someone on the mental aspect, for example. It's like they help in every way they can to be very professional and gives you the support you need in this situation.
We can be honest, we can say what we like, what we don't like, and I think that's really what I appreciate. It has a lot to do with the respect of each other. We all humans, we are all away from home a long time, so it's our second family. We have such a big company behind us, preparing us for the best, and now with the new bike, the Epic 9, it's like coming again with a boom, and it's delivering.
It's the lightest XCO bike on the circuit, also how stiff it is on the climbs and still descends like an enduro bike, so it for sure gave me also a lot of confidence.
It's Sina Fry from Specialized Racing. Specialized Racing dominating 2026. Fry, Rissvid, Steger, Kohler, Bertha, the XCO overall standings. But Sina Fry, the woman in your shot now.
Alors, je vous ai fait la prédiction pour les femmes. Vous avez 15 minutes pour voter, si jamais, avec les points de chaîne en bas à gauche dans le chat. C'est totalement gratuit, c'est un petit concours entre nous. Et puis, je crois que je peux, depuis le téléphone à distance, valider la prédit. Après, pour faire celle des mecs, je sais pas si je vais réussir à vous la faire, honnêtement, si je suis en train de manger. Mais au moins, on aura pu faire celle des femmes. Voilà, désolé pour ça. Mais donc, n'hésitez pas à pronostiquer. C'est donc dans le chat en bas à gauche, vous avez les points de chaîne. Vous pouvez choisir votre gagnante. Je peux en mettre que 10, du coup c'est les 10 premières sur la start line.
Yeah, it just started pouring again. At first I was debating if I should run some faster tires, but now I'm happy with my choice.
How do you deal with the changes of conditions? Is it just kind of one of those?
Yeah, you just see our under 23 also has some knowledge, of course, so I asked him after his race how it was and where maybe some important points were, but yeah, you just go with it and don't think too much about it.
Well, we wish you all the best out there. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
It really has just moved in at exactly the wrong time. Gloria Scarty there, downhiller, watching on from the sidelines. All we can hear from Nicole Kohler. Having a good 2026. What does she make of it? She's down there now.
Excusez-moi. Les prédits, tu peux mettre que 10 max? C'est-à-dire en termes de points? Non, tu peux. Il y a un petit crayon normalement, tu peux choisir. Soit tu cliques 10 000 fois, soit tu peux choisir.
Yeah, I had a quite good race. It was solid, so I'm feeling good. The weather is like one time on, one time off, so yeah, will be interesting, even with the tire choice. So yeah, let's just see how it is out there.
Does it change your tactics or anything with the weather being on and off and all that sort of stuff?
No, I actually think everyone just wants to go full gas, so yeah, I think will be hectic from the beginning on, and hopefully we can all stay on the bikes and have a safe and nice race.
Well, we look forward to that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nicole Kohler staying calm amidst the rain. I mean, there's some sunlight further up the valley, but certainly it's coming down heavy enough.
T'as pu trouver, Dodo?
It's getting stressy down there. Bikes are on the start line. No time to change tires now.
Ah, je vois que ça a augmenté pour Puck. J'imagine peut-être que c'est toi.
On the start line, Jenny Risford, her former
Non,
teammate, the UCI cross country
parlez pour le
Olympic
nombre
world
de
champion.
personnes.
Getting ready to go.
Ah oui, je peux mettre que 10 maximum, ouais, excuse-moi. Ouais, je peux mettre que 10. J'ai pas trouvé encore comment faire plus. C'est avec le truc de Twitch, je peux pas faire plus.
Getting ready to head to the line for Alpecin Premier Tech.
Alors moi je suis suisse, mais je parle français, si c'est ça la question, Cabarnos. Il y a les Français dans le chat aussi. Et puis sinon, bah, le live est en anglais par contre. Ok, on a bientôt le départ, chat. Et bientôt le départ pour moi aussi.
Madigan Monroe. We saw this young woman shine amidst the rain clouds.
Monroe qui nous fait des belles perfs hein, ce début d'année là. L'américaine.
Monroe, big smiles, knows that all of a sudden this racetrack has moved towards
chez les femmes ou chez les hommes, il y a beaucoup de jeunes athlètes qui arrivent en élite là. Et du coup, c'est un peu le choc des générations. Sevilla Blanc qui nous avait fait un crash de malade à Lenz Rider l'année passée. Elle remettait ses lunettes et puis elle s'est plantée dans le gazon là. C'est assez impressionnant. Mais elle est là en pleine forme.
This is building up nicely. 6th in the short track for Blanc on Friday evening. Rebecca Henderson for Orbea Fox Factory. The Aussie smiles amidst the rain. Sort of an intermediate looking tire on the front of her bike, so maybe just edging her bets that this rain will pass, but may also just be a case of that was what was on the bike. 12 minutes to go. It's sunny, she says. Yep, just a bit of sun starting to peek out now. Take the good news where you can find it. Nicole Kohler, one of the most consistent riders out there over the last season and a half or so for Lapierre.
Ok, ça je désactiverai la cam.
Kohler,
je vous laisse le chat à part.
Swiss rider heading towards the front row here in Austria. Huge day in the cross-country calendar. This could be a
yes,
game
la
for
goat.
Alessandra Keller. The short track world champ was good on Friday evening.
Il est beau ce bike.
These are the sort of conditions where Keller's grit and determination pay dividends. Certainly have done throughout her career. Anyone in that Thomas Maxon squad. Good in the wet. Ralph Naif, a lover of tough races, the team manager there throughout his career. But Jenny Risfids, we're hearing from Josh Carlson down on the start line. On a full set of mud tires. The UCI cross country
il y a les gros pneus aujourd'hui. Ça va être boueux.
Yet to win in 2026.
Pas trop de chance hein, cette année déjà deux courses sur 3 qui sont dans la pluie. Salut Johnny. Ah, je répète, hein, je vais me barrer bientôt en repas de famille. Je vous ai mis un message épinglé, mais je vous laisse le soin d'avertir les autres si jamais il y a des questions ou le prendre en charge. Le live est à vous aujourd'hui, chat. Pas de bêtises, hein. Tout est enregistré, donc faites attention, pas de bêtises. Puis moi, je pars manger avec la belle famille, puis ensuite je reviens plus tard. Voilà. Donc vous avez la prédiction, vous avez encore quelques minutes pour prédire. Et puis après je vous laisserai tranquille et je reviendrai vers la fin je pense. Allez bon salut, ben je sais pas, moi je regarde depuis Stay Live, c'est un abonnement que je paye et puis je le partage à vous. Voilà. Si tu veux aller voir, il y a sur le Discord, tu peux regarder sans moi, sans les commentaires si tu veux. Mais aujourd'hui je pars dans quelques minutes là manger un repas de famille, donc vous serez tranquille. Je reviens plus tard.
Slightly altered a couple of the climbs and descents. They are getting ready to go racing here in Leogang on UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup Day.
Ok, on est parti, chat.
The lights will go red. And then we will be off and racing in a freshly soaked Leogang.
Attention. Ah, c'est parti. Oh, c'est déjà dégueulasse.
Alongside her as they head up the hill for the first time.
Oh, bad start for Alessandra Keller in the middle and Madigan Monroe going back. But at the outside.
Couple of options.
Aïe, 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 le départ qui ressemble à vendredi, hein. C'est la boue, c'est dégueulasse. On va y aller.
But it's a fast start from Sevilla Blanc for the Cathlon Ford out in front.
And Puck Peters are as well. Rizved's coming up through. But the rider who lost out, Alessandra Keller, way back. She's fighting her way back through, but probably 15th on that left line.
Yeah, Keller having to work hard, slots in behind Rebecca Henderson. So they have modified this climb.
Oh, sortie de piste. Aïe, 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 crash et sortie de piste. Oh non, Sevilla Blanc qui est tombé. Aïe, 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 puis il faut aller récupérer son vélo là, elle est au milieu des gens. Mais par contre, Jenny, elle va se faire... Elle est sortie de piste. Ça se passe comment là? Va y avoir une pénalité ou pas?
Yes, they head up the man-made rock section and it's
from first to last.
Blanc.
That came out of nowhere as well.
Tears the race number off.
Oh là 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 là. Elle a arraché son numéro.
They were in the good position. Kind of no need to fight.
Here we go. Tell us
Oh
about
mais pourquoi je... Ah non.
Blanc is right on the inside and you see Rizved's comes up the inside. They go for the same inside rut, but
and are we looking at
Aïe aïe aïe, je sais pas ce qui va se passer pour eux. Oh là là, quel bordel. Oh, ils se sont... Ah putain, ils se sont croisés les bras. Ah non. Sevilla, qu'est-ce que t'as fait?
Was there less grip there than Jenny was expecting and the bike started to slide?
They just came for the same line,
yeah.
Unfortunately it was Blanc.
Non, bien sûr, mais non, mais je parle... Je me demande comment ça va se passer parce que du coup, elle est sortie de piste, Jenny. Alors, ce qu'ils prennent en compte... Qu'est-ce qu'ils prennent en compte, tu vois? Oh, j'ai envie de rester, chat.
Puck Peters as well. Great bit of riding from her not to then collect the stranded Blanc in the middle of the track as well.
On verra. Est-ce qu'ils mettent pénalité à personne vu que accident de parcours? Vous pouvez encore prédire hein, pour ceux qui veulent. Ouais, il y a des bouchons là. Let's go. Sevilla qui essaie de remonter. Elle va devoir faire une pitcock là parce que. Oh, je suis mal assis parce qu'il y a la chatte qui est sur ma chaise là, je veux pas l'écraser.
Drama here in the cross-country Olympic elite women's race, almost within the first couple of corners, but they enter this absolutely harrowing ski lift climb. It's arrow straight. Look at Puck Petersen just reining in Jenny
Ça va être de
Rissveds.
nouveau une battle Rissveds-Petersen et Puck.
Just goes in a straight line, about a minute and a half climb.
On a vu que Sina Frey, la fois passée, s'est vraiment bien démerdé au sec comme sur des pistes mouillées. Hein. Cette montée, elle est terrible. Elle n'est pas technique rien, mais c'est long. Hein.
Jenny Rissveds having a good start, but yeah, Sevilla Blanc, absolute nightmare. Good start for Laura Stiga. She had a poor short track, drifted back into the teens, but really good start into sixth place. Look on the outside as well. Mona Vittenvalner coming up through in the blue and white, and the Mondraker kit going up on the hard line, up on the grass. Just moving up now through into that, getting close to that top 10.
Well, at the top of the lift line climb, Rissveds, Petersen, Frey, Kohler, Blurtlinger, your top 5. They're all still very much together. Steger's still in the mix as well, and that rain looks to have set in, Ollie.
C'est une bonne idée d'avoir utilisé le tracé des assiettes là pour skier.
One of the best climbers on the circuit, so I say this is got more elevation. Close, South Korea second position, but this has the most elevation of any of the racetracks. 3 main climbs, it's super tough.
Yeah, there's Isla Short going round the outside of Luana Lecomte, certainly attempting to. Lecomte shuts the door on her at the top of the climb. Haley Batten
Lecomte,
still in there as well.
33e. C'est fou, hein, Lecomte qui a pris un énorme coup mental depuis les JO, même un peu avant. Il avait beaucoup de soucis après un crash en compète, puis ensuite celui des JO, là, mentalement c'est dur hein, d'être au top et de tout redescendre. Et en plus il y a la nouvelle génération là.
Put us inside the helmet. How do you deal with the stresses and strains of that? What's she attempting to go through at the minute? Anger, yeah. We talked about
il y en a Puck qui est passé devant. Hein. Attention à ne pas la lâcher celle-là. Puck on la connaît, hein. Si tu la lâches, tu la revois plus jamais.
It's really about controlling the adrenaline. You don't want, it's not a short track with 20 minutes. You need to pace your effort. You actually need to be that balance between being super pumped for a cross country and that chill that you can pace your effort over an hour and a half. And Sevilla Blanc needs to just calm down, get into a rhythm and tick the laps off. But also, you're in so much traffic, you're going to lose a chunk of time.
But also, there's a risk as well, isn't there? That adrenaline can drop you as well. You can go a couple of laps on it, and then all of a sudden, the pain starts to seep in. See flares going off for the riders already in Leogang. So it's currently Puck Petersen, Jenny Rissveds and Stina Frey out front in this fast-moving group of 3. Kohler's just behind him, 7 seconds now. So this is looking like a group of 3 at the front. And Petersen pushing on.
Puck's piling on. She's carrying speed. A little bit slower than Stina Frey. Rissveds on the descents, but on the climbs, we know she's got the power.
She's won round here before, done the double here.
Je pense qu'on a bientôt un petit top 10 qui se dessine là. Mais bon, c'est le premier tour, rien n'est joué.
Oh, and now Rissveds moves past his Puck just slightly offline there. A bit of an awkward entry.
There are several sections on this circuit. You talked about how.
Et comme d'hab là, c'est vraiment faut être très vigilant où c'est que tu roules parce que tu peux croire que c'est plat, mais en fait il y a un petit trou. Tu peux prendre une perte de vitesse. Keller qui n'est pas scolaire. Suivi de Bertha, j'imagine.
Driving the train on with Martina Bertha and Rernia Blurtlinger in close contention.
Ok, bah écoutez, je vais gentiment vous laisser. Moi, j'allais me préparer pour le repas. Donc, pas de bêtises dans le chat. Hein. Je vous laisse tranquille. Et puis, on se revoit tout à l'heure dans quelques heures, j'imagine. Et puis, on verra si j'arrive à faire la prédiction pour les hommes. Mais si jamais, tant pis pour les mecs. On fera ça la prochaine course. Ok, pas de bêtises. Bon appétit. Et puis... enjoyez la course, je mettrai un peu plus fort le volume, comme ça vous pouvez apprécier la course. Allez, ciao ciao, à plus, bonne course.
You know obviously a lot more about the sport of cross country racing than I do, but I did think it was an interesting almost a tell Puck when she was on her way to the front row, giving it the thumbs down with a Weller and hiding under her jacket and stuff. And I don't know, is that what you want to see from a rider heading onto the front row of a race?
The muddy conditions, especially on a hilly circuit like this and the technical descents, it's one of those days when you're going to have a mistake. The bike's is probably going to have a bit of a hiccup at some point, and it's just mentally, if you're in that real positive state, you can deal with anything.
So this is the climb we will use for the sector analysis. There's Yolanda Neff coming through now as well. But Ollie, we checked out some of the under-23 races earlier on this morning. Noah Ryder, you work very closely with Max Grensel.
Yeah.
Suffering from the chain refusing to stay on the bike, and we saw a lot of it in the under-23 races. And obviously Finn Trudler had, there's Blunk back up to 28th now.
Whoa.
And it seems to be a thing that is cropping up a bit now in cross-country racing, of chains refusing to stay on bikes. What's going on there?
Yeah, and I mean, obviously we've had pretty bad conditions. The first racing career was really bad, really heavy on the bikes, especially the drive chain, and followed up by this race as well. And yeah, it's interesting to see whether the riders are not using a chain device. Sometimes you're obviously running one chain ring on the front. You can choose to run that on its own, but some riders will do a kind of belt and braces and run a chain device, and it adds a little bit of weight. But
here's the crash.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sevilla Blanc is not a fault at all. Jenny Risved's rides through her almost, so.
Yeah, I mean, I have asked the question, and I mean, is there any sort of action that could be taken here? Is there, she left in the middle of that, Risved's left the track and rejoined it further along, and I've not heard anything from race control.
Defense, Sevilla Blanc was on the higher line. Risved's was cutting with a bit more speed, and then they came together on that corner, so it wasn't like she just kind of rode through her, but they did come together. And in slippery conditions, once you're set on a line, it's not like you can suddenly divert.
Speaking of slippery conditions, look at this. Well, we will let you know if we hear about any action to be retroactively taken there. Martina Berta deploys the land anchor and just about gets the job done.
Yeah, super steep.
This is going to be carnage now when the rest of the pack here are closer together hit this section.
And this is going to make it more difficult for Sevilla Blanc. She's way deep in the traffic, and in this section, she's moving up through at a rate of knots up to 28th position.
Oh, Rebecca Henderson off in bobbling, and crash, and this is going to ripple back up. That is Sina Fantil, I think.
And it's Laura Stiga there getting held up as well.
Louisa Dauberman, actually. Apologies, Louisa Dauberman having a problem in there, and there's riders heading for the B line. Okay, so the incident is under investigation. With a crash at the start between Risved's and Sevilla Blanc. Look how tricky it is down there. It's like a wet day up the Gulfie in Innerleaf and that.
But there is some big old divots down there.
Yeah, big old holes. And it's just that thing of, we talked about it, Mark Beaumont and myself, a lot during the downhill yesterday, Ollie. Sections like this, you ride with your eyes. You just stare at the emblem and you get there.
They're really difficult descending, and you see some of the slightly better descenders here. Gwen Gibson, Jen Jackson, just keeping a couple of seconds out, just looking a little more comfortable. Oh, and you see this is one of those sections where it is really deep mud. You've got to get in the groove, cyclocross style.
Love a big rock. Love a big rock, mate.
But look at the gap that Jenny Risved's has started to pull now.
On her way up. So just to emphasize again, we are here and there is an investigation pending regarding that first lap incident between herself and Sevilla Blanc. We'll bring you news on it as soon as we get it. 8 seconds the gap between Risved's and Fry. All of a sudden, Ollie, she's turned it on.
I don't know if we saw a mistake just off camera from Sina Fry, but she was leading into that first descent, and then, but Risved's now 8 seconds
But we
up.
know that Risved's, especially from about halfway through last season, developed this absolutely fantastic 1-2 punch of being able to just accelerate on the smallest of descents and then put another effort in on the climb that follows them and build little gaps like this. It's not necessarily one big attack.
100%. She likes to ride on her own, pick her own rhythm, and that worked really successfully at the end of last year.
Jenny Risved crosses the start line then. At the end of the start loop, heads out onto the first lap. Look at the effort Peters is having to put in to keep up with Sina Fry.
A good recovery by Puck. Peters are just coming through. There was a decent gap, and she looked like she was struggling on that first climb on the lap, but managed to turn it around pretty quickly. You see the conditions just after the gravel. Big, big mud section.
Sevilla Blanc up to 25th now after that incident. Wristvids pouring water down over the bike. If you're just joining us, it was a fairly, we had rain overnight, and the morning was cold but largely dry, but then it emptied it 10 minutes before the race got underway. And it is a wet and extremely soggy Leogang. The elite women are facing at the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup here. Ollie Beckinsale, what can you see?
And you see the riders coming through. They're just diverting off the main track going into the feed. So there they can take water bottles and also tech support as well. And they're taking normally one bottle for themselves for drinking.
And I can tell you we have breaking news. No further action to be taken against that woman on your screen now. Jenny Wristvids, the president of the commissaires panel, has reviewed the incident and concluded there is no further action for that first lap incident. What we're going to see now is this Sina Fry in trouble in the woods.
There you go.
That is how Jenny Wristvids got past Fry and built the gap, and Fry did very, very well there to not have a bigger crash and lose more time, actually, Ollie.
Yeah, she only lost 8 seconds in that incident, so pretty on and off, pretty sharpish. But on the back foot now, but you see how techie these descents are. And as the race gets on, as the riders, the fatigue builds up, those descents are going to get even more difficult to ride.
Well, as I say, with a crash that involved her being off the bike, Sina Fry is doing very, very well to still be within sight of Jenny Wristvids. Yeah, Josh Carlson reporting in. Apparently Wristvids herself almost crashed on the entrance into the rock garden as well, so she's pushing it.
Yeah, we're going to see lots of little incidents. Every rider will have some sort of incident in these conditions, and they've got a mix of conditions. So you've got the slippery rocks, you've got deep mud, you've got gravel sections, and most of the riders taking a bit of a punt with the tyres and running intermediate, so we're going to see some slips and slides.
Just to draw your attention as well, rider in 4th place, next down the road from this little league group, Alessandra Keller. In 14 seconds back, but we know that she has the pace to overturn that, and she's a rider for the tough days.
100%, one of those dogged riders that, however the conditions, however her form is, will always give it her best and is mentally so strong.
Dogged's a great word for it, just that grim determination 100%. To keep going.
No, when I saw the rain coming down, I was thinking this is a day for Alessandra Keller, and a rider that had a tough start to the season, missed the first race in career, citing fatigue, but now has come through a good second round in Nova Mesto, and you could feel building, especially through that short track performance.
So confirmation then, no action to be taken against Jenny Wristvids after that first lap coming together. There is Keller now. Yeah, 14 seconds, absolutely nothing. She's pulled that right back already. So what's your read on that? Is that the right call?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's difficult.
Big smash in the woods for... There's Steger getting involved, and that's the danger. You can get involved in someone else's crash.
Yeah, and Heavy Pedersen going down as well on the inside on that B line, and then we see Sina Fry going over the bars from the lead.
Tricky conditions. And there's Wristvids having a big old moment.
That's the one that Josh told us about.
Yeah, in the rock garden. That's those mud tyres on wet rocks. Seldom optimal, but... Yeah, are you happy with that call from the commissaires? Is that what you would make of it as well, racing incident?
I think in the mud conditions, you've cut everyone a bit of slack. You know, the Blanc was high, she cut in. I think Wristvids is lucky. She was the rider from behind who took out Blanc, who was in front, so really harsh on Blanc, but I think in the mud conditions, it is what it is.
Yeah, it was a difficult one, wasn't it? In that it wasn't really a block pass. It was... She went to go up the inside, and then the bike went from underneath her, which put her into Blanc, I think would be the optimistic way of looking at it.
But I don't think we'll have a very happy Sevilla Blanc at the end of this race to get taken out on the lead on the first lap.
Yeah, interesting to hear what Wristvid makes of it as well. But there they are on the lift line climb now out the back of the circuit.
Good ride from Ronja Blockinger and the Live Factory kit as well.
Yeah, and there's Gwen Gibson and Madigan Monroe, former roommates at college, 9th and 10th, respectively.
I mean, you just see it's this climb. I think alongside the the Wuppenberg in Nova Mesto, they're the two hardest climbs on the circuit. They're just dead straight, and you can see a minute in front, and you think the riders you're getting close, but then you just take forever to get to that top corner.
I mean, it's a fantastic climb for us, selfishly, in the commentary booth, because you get a visual on those gaps on the circuit, but it's an absolutely thankless climb list.
The only thing in your favour is you do get a nice bit of recovery. You see the riders in the background. There's a bit of flow trail before you get to the next climb, so you do get a chance to recover. The next climb is equally as horrible.
It's horrible. It's much shorter, but it starts with a vicious little kick that's hard to get up.
It's such a tough circuit here in Leogang.
Always has been, no matter, a bit like the downhill track, no matter how they change it or adjust it, it's always really, really hard. So 17 seconds now, the gap between third and fourth.
Yeah, just Sevilla Blanc just in that row of riders now. Yeah, up to 20th position now.
Kelsey Urban, the US national champ, at the front of that little group.
Yeah, Sevilla Blanc was just 2 wheels behind Urban.
Oh, Puck Peterson, you can see the back end of the bike dancing around.
And the mud getting dragged deep into those rocks now. And
it does look, though, Ollie, that it's wet enough in that shot, certainly, that the bikes aren't gaining too much weight. It looks pretty wet still. But now, this is the danger. If it starts to dry out and they start to get clagged up and heavy.
But Puck now getting the climbing legs back, and she's just gone past Sina Fry, moving up to the back wheel of Risved's.
Is that something that will happen naturally with a wet race? Do you sort of go in and out of legs and sort of energy levels? And
in and out of morale, you know? It's like you're on top of it and you're feeling good. Someone comes past you and you feel a bit deflated. They have a problem. You're going to just see this yo-yoing in these conditions, especially on this circuit.
And we always talk about it. Some riders will be better at dealing with that stress than others.
100%. You know, you talked about Thomas Maxson.
On the Whoop Live, 172 beats per minute. Zone 4 for Puck Peterson, so she's working hard out there. 80 to 90% of what she can do. Sorry, Ollie, interrupted you.
Yeah, we laughed about the Thomas Maxson manager, Ralph Naif, you know, doing the rain dance, but all his riders seem to love a mud race.
He loved a mud race.
And he loved a mud race himself. He'd be like, right, we talked about Dario Lillo in the first race. He loves a mud race. He knew his tyres, and when he threw it down the night before, he woke up with the biggest smile on his face, where some riders will just be like, they've almost want to go
one
home.
of our TNT Sports colleagues, Sean Kelly as well. He was the archetypal man for a tough day, and he knew that because everyone else was at a disadvantage, there was an advantage to be taken.
And Sina Fry as well, obviously enjoys the mud, that big victory at the first race in Korea, so again a rider that's got the confidence.
See what I did there? I just put you and I in the same team as Sean Kelly. It's not bad, is it?
I'm happy just to be in the same building.
Jenny Risford's leading the way from Puck Peterson. Sina Fry, the overall points leader in third. Then there's a 16-second gap from the front of the race back to Alessandra Keller, who's with Nicole Kohler, and a bit of a gap behind him. They have the orange screen now to Martina Berta.
But that's a good tandem, Kohler and Keller.
Powerful. Two very, very powerful riders, and Keller gloveless today in the mud.
Yeah, and some riders are opting to run a mud guard on the front as well. Most of the spray coming up through the fork from the front wheel, so that little mud guard,
can I just say,
makes a big deal.
Somebody who's, I always say I'm fairly new to cross-country racing, it wasn't my world to begin with, but great to see cross-country riders getting their heads around fork-mounted mud guards. And none of these like inner tubes hung off the front of the forks and neoprene stuff, and just get a mud guard on there, it's fine.
No, it's amazing how most of the riders aren't running that.
Yeah.
I think it's a no-brainer in my book. You see Alessandra Keller employing that tactic.
Especially whenever all the talk, a lot of talk in both cross-country and downhill this week has been around riders struggling for vision.
Yeah.
Amongst the mixed conditions and the extremely wet going, I would have thought, as you say, no-brainer, stick a mud guard on there for a couple of extra grams, but I don't know, is the cross-country theory that it's another place for mud to stick and add weight? Is that the...
I mean, you're getting a lot of spray. Obviously, you're rider to rider, so you're going to get a lot of spray just from the rider in front, so it kind of negates it. But I would have one on the...
Stick a mud guard on, it's fine.
Yeah, Jen Jackson coming through now, Ronya blocking her, followed by Madigan Monroe. It's great to see, like I say, the Live Factory Racing riders becoming regular top 10s.
Yeah.
He's making it their own.
Full of confidence as well.
And Glenn Gibson
Monroe
rolling in the top 10 too.
Monroe's been a great addition to that squad this season, having been on Trek for a long time, big part of her career. Monroe as well, big cross rider, likes the mud, did very well. Round one, maybe not just muddy enough for her yet today. I mean, it's early
Yeah, I mean, we're not in kind of career conditions here. Everything's still right. They've done a great job on the course here to make it. They've added some weatherproof surfaces. And it just means that all the riders, they can stay on the bike, they can carry speed.
Sevilla Blanc up to 18th now, involved in that coming together with Jenny Risford on lap 1. Not under investigation. Well, it was under investigation, but no action to be taken. Mona Mitterwallner, a rare glimpse of a hardtail.
Yeah, one of the riders along with Luana Lecomte that still brings out the hardtail every now and then, so no suspension, about a kilo lighter, well, a bit less these days.
Is that the first hardtail we've seen in 2026? I feel like it is. Must be the first hardtail we've seen this year.
Yeah, there's not very many these days, and you know, a little bit lighter will pick up slightly less mud as well, and it's rolling. Like we saw Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, a lot of the occasions going for that hardtail, losing a little bit of time in the descent, but absolutely shredding the climbs.
I kind of feel like Pauline, at the height of her powers, could have ridden a shopping trolley around a lot of the courses and still done very well. But yeah, hardtail bike, no rear suspension. Unusual this day and age, given the advances of the technology. And I mean, when you've got systems like RockShox's Flight Attendant, where the bike is constantly evaluating what suspension platform it needs to be in, there's big advantage to be had. There's a coming together, so the arm comes out, and now we're going to see a montage of Blanc fighting back through the field, but there she is on the right-hand side of your screen now, up over the bridge. She's come from dead last, Sevilla Blanc, and she is up currently into 16th now, Ollie.
Unbelievable comeback, and it just shows the form, and she's on the back wheel of Terpstra and Mitterwallner. Riders doing good races, but we saw her ripping her front number off, having to compose herself dead last.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. Anger is a terrific motivator, and Sevilla Blanc, cool customer off the bike, but I don't think you'd be human if you weren't revved up after that first lap incident. 3 seconds the gap between Jenny Risford and Puck Petersen at the front now. So this is the graphic telling us gains and losses through that climb. Jenny Risford's really strong up it, as you can see. It's actually, Zina Fry in second place. So I wonder if Puck's had a bit of an issue somewhere, because she's still on our timing screens in the booth as being in second place. We'll see if we can get a visual on her. No, I'm not seeing. Oh yeah, there she is.
Now with Collar just moving. So Collar's had a good climb. You just see the physicality of that descent, how much you have to use the upper body to absorb it. Obviously, the suspension does a job to a point, but
I mean, that sector there, Ollie, I don't fancy riding that on a hardtail this afternoon.
No, and this second one as well. You're just trying, this is where Sina Fry had a slap off, and you're just trying to get into that little rut on the right side, and if you get the wrong side, this I said about the ruts.
Down and off the bike at the bottom of that really rutted roll-in, has to remount Puck Petersen again, forced to take evasive measures. Second time in the race, Fry's been off the bike and just struggling to get back on now. Is everything okay there? We'll have to see that again to see if we can get a look at the crash itself, but it seems to be moving all right on the bike.
The thing is, you've got mud on your hands, mud on your bike, mud on your back, and as you exit the woods, there's 2 deep ruts are formed, and if you're in one of those, life's good, but if you're out of that...
Meanwhile, while all that's been going on, Jenny Risford has been attacking out the front. It's now 24 seconds between her and Puck Petersen in second place.
Yeah, and Josh out on course saying at the start he noticed that Sina Fry was running a lower treaded tyre, whereas Jenny Risford was on a full mud. So a bit more resistance, but more security and grip. And
I mean, Ollie, when the weather's like today, look, you can see how much wet mud has been pulled onto those rocks. Neither a dry tyre nor a mud tyre is working on those. The mud tyre will be given the advantages in the woods, but
there's those couple of sections in the woods where we see Sina Fry crash twice now. That's full mud in there. You need a proper mud tyre.
There's your race leader, Jenny Risford, then 25 seconds to the good, but Puck Petersen looking like she's having a good go at reining her back in.
Yeah, but that 24 seconds now, that gap, and it's going out.
Look at the Cole Kohler. Right with Petersen, looking really strong. Sina Fry needs to just steady the ship here.
But we talked about with the day-to-day, it's going to be really tough, but mentally, you're going to make mistakes, and Sina Fry's had 2 big offs now, and to get back on, regroup, chase again, mentally, you've got to be really strong. Just seeing Sevilla Blunt dropping down and going down. So
that was a big hit, you know.
No. Is it a teammate? Sorry, it's not Sevilla Blunt, it's a teammate.
Yeah, that was a big, big impact to the left-hand side of her body. Not nice to see with the medics.
Yeah, there's some, at the bottom of that, it goes super steep, you've dropped down.
It's Greta Seevald. Yeah, I mean, it's that muddy a day. We couldn't see her race number to actually work out who it was, but Jenny Rissveds, 24 seconds in the lead, but it can go wrong quickly down that little chute, Ollie.
But that section down there, I think, as a sole descent, it's the most technical section. Really, there's a lot of busy routes going on, rocks going on, super street.
And you can see this open section in and around the arena itself. Sun's out now, will start to dry, will get faster, but the moisture is going to stay in the trees as we see a change of place behind Rissveds.
It's Kohler coming through now.
Kohler coming through really, really strong, and it's Peterson and Keller who are with her. Nicole Kohler looking up for this today.
Yeah, Kohler and Keller both having good starts. We're sitting in the top 10. Didn't get involved in the fight on the first lap and are just pacing this one really well, rolling their way through. And again, these riders are very dependable in all conditions.
Yeah, she was fourth in Novo Mesto na Morave. We shouldn't be that surprised, Nicole Kohler. Doing what she did last year and just kind of ticking the results off race by race. There's Sina Fry, who leads the overall. Nicole Kohler, one career podium so far in Elite Cross Country Olympic. There's a second place in Arashan 2025, but there is Sina Fry.
Yeah, just getting spat out that deep rut. You see how difficult it is. Puck Peters are just one leg out, trying to anchor herself. And
Kohler had a big moment there, 167 beats per minute in the fourth zone on the Whoop Live for Sina Fry. So she's not in the red yet, Ollie. She's working hard, but she has more in reserve.
But when you have not just one off, but two, you're only on lap 2 of 5 and you've already been on the deck twice.
Tyre-wise, what would an Ollie Beckinsale in his prime have been out on there today?
Full mud front,
yeah,
intermediate back.
Oh, okay.
I've always was a big fan of always putting a bit of security on the front.
Downhill setup.
Yeah, and then roll the dice on the back tyre.
Get a wet scream on there on the front. Full spike.
But Josh saying he was having a good look at the tyres on the start line. From what you could see from the top riders, it was only Sevilla Blanc and Jenny Rissveds were running full muds front and back. A lot of the other riders looking for that intermediate tyre. So you've still got some knobbles, but they're not so deep, and also they're slightly closer packed, so they will fill the mud up a little bit quicker.
Yeah, the mud tyres taller, knobs on them, wider spacing. And are they still narrow? Is that still a thing, the mud tyres narrower than the dry tyres?
Yeah, I mean, on today, like today, we'll probably get away with something a bit fatter.
Yeah, downhill all week long. Teams running a full mud spike, which you never really see, and a lot of the stresses in the pits caused by how quickly they wear out. Well, you can vote for the best XC rider of the round, powered by Gobic, using the QR code on your screen now. We'll be choosing that at the end of the race. You get to help decide which rider is going to get the jersey. Jenny Rissveds working hard at the lead of this race, but Nicole Kohler behind her going extremely well, Ollie.
Nicole Kohler is looking super composed and cool. And the rider behind with a different style of riding, but Keller's all over the bike.
I was just going to say, we're not seeing full Keller just yet. No. We're not seeing the elbows going yet, but
when the head's at 45 degrees, yeah, then you know it's full Keller.
Yeah, we will see full Keller at some stage, I'm sure, this afternoon. Looking forward to it as well. Always entertaining, but Nicole Kohler in second place at the minute. Second lap out of 5 here in Leogang, third round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup. Big coming together on lap 1 between Jenny Rissveds and Sevilla Blanc. Blanc from dead last up to 13th now, 1 minute 53 off the woman she had the coming together with in the lead off the race. And it's getting strung out here. The sun's back out, tipped it down with rain right at the race start, but the woods are still treacherous, Ollie.
Yeah, there's a couple of sections which are deep mud and getting really rutted up, and it's those deep ruts that caught out Sina Fry on that last lap. She was trying to ride. If you can stay in that rut, you get a really good fast exit, but the risk is if you get your weight to the wrong side, you get completely spat out. And Sina Fry going down on the steepest section, but thankfully, looks like no injuries, no problems with the bike. She's up and about, but yeah, dropping from 2nd to 5th.
Madigan Monroe in 8th place with her teammate Ronja Blurtlinger, Live Factory Racing, but Risvid's body language saying that she is working extremely hard at the front list, and maybe this is one of those days where she can just add a second here, add a second there.
Yeah, this is how Jenny Risved's the last 2 races of previous season got a gap on lap 1 and just tapped it out and had this rhythm. She has this style as well, very much like Pauline from Prevost. In the saddle, out the saddle, rolling that big gear.
Nicole Kohler looking like she's making life very, very hard for Alessandra Keller and Puck Peterson behind her. She's taken a second out of Risvid on this lap so far. 23 seconds the gap now.
And you can see it's really, the climbs on this circuit at Leogang, very, very difficult, but that was a classic example when we saw Risved's then just sitting down, having a little relax, getting a recovery. You do get small periods on this circuit when you can get some recovery in your legs, some air back in your lungs, and get ready for the next fight.
See, whistle through this little wide access road section. That's a chance to get some of the mud cleared out of the tyres as well. And they head into the bike park section. Great for spectators, this course here in Leogang. You can see so much action the whole way around it.
In Nicole Kohler, that gap stabilising. It's at 23, 25 seconds, just floating around there at the moment. There's a lot of racing left to go, so pretty close gaps.
Yeah, big, big day here in Leogang, just as it always is. First time we've had a quadruple header. Enduro, cross-country and downhill all together under one roof here in Leogang for the first time in 2026. You can check out the EDR World Cup highlights on the Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series YouTube channel. Love a bit of stage racing, one of the real, I don't know, certainly for myself, one of the real tests of the ultimate mountain biker. You got to work on the bike yourself, be self-sufficient, take all your own food, out for big days, 5 or 6 hours of practice. There is Ralph Naif on our screen now, roaring Alessandra Keller on. Yeah, so give him a race bike, he'd start the men's race in a couple of hours, wouldn't he?
He'll be happy with what he's seeing as well. Keller now up into 3rd position and then just starting to distance Puck Peterson.
Yeah, Kohler, that gap there, looks like they're having problems between Peterson and Keller to bridge it. They're just starting to move across slightly now, but Nicole Kohler currently in 2nd place by 23 seconds, just ahead of this pair.
Savage climb. We go up through the grass and you're at no speed at all, then onto this gravel track and it climbs up through the timing chip here, keeps bending round, and then when you think you've got to the top, you've got this undulating descent into the woods before the descent, so you've got to be on the pedals and on the gas for a long, long time. And I say with the sun out as well now, that's going to dry things out, and actually you want it to keep raining. It's going to get stickier, the ruts are going to get deeper, bike's going to get heavier.
Yeah, just talk about that. How much weight are we picking up around here, and how does it change the characteristics of the bike, or does it change the characteristics of the bike?
I mean, I think it's just, if it gets really sticky, I mean, thankfully there's not too much deep mud on this circuit, but the main thing is it gets stuck around the bottom bracket area, the chain set, all the cogs, and then we're going to see things like we saw in South Korea with Finn Trudler in the men's race in particular, with the chain coming off a lot of times, and when it's wet, the bike kind of sorts itself out, but yeah, when it dries and things get cloggy, things just start to fall apart pretty sharpish.
It's difficult as well, isn't it? Because I know that group now has closed right up. Kohler under pressure from Peterson all of a sudden. This is the battle for 2nd place you're watching.
Yeah, Peterson's all race yo-yoing around. She has, the form will be the same. Physically, she's in the same place, but mentally, she loses a couple of seconds and comes back again.
What an afternoon this woman is having. Sevilla Blanc up to 13th now from dead last after a big crash, no fault of her own, on the first lap.
Yeah, some ride this from Sevilla Blanc, and at the moment she's powering on, getting close to the top 10. And
the decathlon forward riders, Sammy Maxwell as well, they have a grit about them, don't they? Like thinking of Maxwell in Andorra last year, who crashed a couple of times, couple of punctures, and still went on to win it. Never say die attitude on that team.
Interesting, who was carrying the umbrella with Sevilla Blanc to the start line? Stefan Tampier. you know, one of the toughest riders on the circuit. Absolutely nails and would have loved a course like this in conditions like this. And he's on the course with the riders. He does a lot of laps in preparation. He's a good guy to have in your corner.
Yeah. Not a man you want to see, however, if you're attempting to run round a circuit like this and he is also on foot, because this is what he does now, isn't it? Off-road adventure running stuff.
Man.
And he's one of the best in the world at it. Yeah, put us to shame a couple of times last year. But Kohler currently in second place for Lapierre PXR Racing. That Lapierre bike, really, really nice looking machine. A bit different from some of the other bikes out there in terms of the suspension layout and what they've done with it. But that squad, a real amalgamation of two teams from last year. 54 seconds now, Sina Fry's dropped off the front, Ollie. What do you read into that?
Yeah, I think it's that tough patch, that last crash really took the wind out of her, I think. And you see as we drop down here, how slippery and technical it is. Drops down here. You're carrying a lot of speed. You're almost in a little bit of free fall in this section. And then you're into the rocks and roots before that steep corner. It's a very, very difficult section. You come into it as well after a climb. So physically, you're working really hard.
Look at the conditions out there. Well, when the mud starts coating the teeth, you know you're up against it.
We see some riders love these conditions.
Look at the front tire. I think that is Ristvid's Canyon, is it? No, it's a Michelin. So prototype Michelin XC tires around the pits this weekend, giving riders as much of an advantage as they can get. Kohler, 2.2 seconds, and Puck Pearson 3.9 seconds over the course of the race distance they've made on the race leader, Jenny Ristvids, but that doesn't tell the whole story because Ristvids 27 seconds to the good.
Really good riding on that section by Jenny Ristvids.
Feet up.
Right up to the tape. Could get into the smaller, avoided the deeper rut that's a bit more risky. And like Josh said on the start line, she's running full mud tyres front and back, so went for the safer or better technical option.
But she knows that she has that in her pocket because of that choice that she's made. She's having to sacrifice a bit of rolling speed, but when it comes to those sections that other riders are having to anchor up and slow down for, she can get off the brakes, get the feet nice and level, and just point the bike down it. I mean, I say that, it's a bit more complicated than that, and you see Kohler, big bit of understeer halfway down that rut. Thought was about to go very wrong. Keller over the rider's left-hand side, and then Puck Peterson, in all kinds of shapes down there, Ollie.
But visible difference there. But see, Jenny Ristvids, 2-3 seconds she took out of that group just in that one section.
And what we're going to see here.
Puck coming in hot.
Puck, just losing the bike. Keller sneaks through. Peterson didn't lose too much time there, but that will have disrupted her momentum.
As the race is going on, these deep ruts appearing. And
there's a crash we're hearing for Sina Fry. Yeah, passenger mode engaged off the side of the bike for the third time in this race. The woman who leads the overall title. Martina Berta having to take evasive maneuvers, does so very well, Berta, but it's just not going Sina Fry's way, and she's facing the wrong direction.
Having to run this next section. Maybe there's something now wrong with the bike, and
I wonder.
And also as well, a specialised teammate, Laura Stiga, drifting back now. 29th position for Stiga, so
Sevilla Blanc still in 13th.
Coming through.
Yeah, there she is.
Now up to the back wheel of Rebecca Henderson.
Just wondering what's going on, but that looks like there's a blood on the right knee of Sina Fry now, so maybe
they're having to run this whole section, so something severely wrong.
Rebecca Henderson having to take evasive manoeuvres. Blanc's past Fry now.
Yeah, Blanc now up into 12th position.
Fry plummeting down the order here. We're just wondering, is it all okay with the specialised racing rider? Gets back on the bike, gets some pedal strokes in, maybe just opting to run that tech section only in case she did any more damage.
But if you, like Josh said, running intermediate tyres, and in that particular section, which is absolute carnage at the moment.
Tell us a bit about whenever you have a crash somewhere in a cross-country lap, the next time you come into that sector, how difficult is it to put it to the back of your mind?
It's mentally, everything about your body is trying to tighten up in fear, and you have to drop the shoulders and say everything's cool, you've ridden it before, and it's a real mind over matter. And it's so difficult, and if once you've had 2 or 3, then you start to lose confidence. in this case, possibly in the tyres.
Yeah.
And then it all starts to go wrong and the wheels can come off pretty quick.
When it's going well, you don't tend to think about the bike, do you?
No,
but when it's going badly, everything's an option.
And we talked about it was going to be a day for the tough riders and mentally strong. That's where Sina Frey is right now, in a really difficult place. Overall leader, fighting for every point, really important to keep going to the line, but having problems.
Puck Petersen looking like she's getting distance here by that Kohler and Keller combo. Puck Petersen had a crash of her own on the last lap as well, so needs to fight back here, needs to stem the losses. You can see two Swiss riders just creeping about on this really slick mud. There is reinforced rubber underneath that section of track, but the mud that's on top of it is like ice.
And it's off camber there. Everything about the terrain is trying to pull you down to the bottom tape, and the riders you see just moving their weight to the outside, trying to get a bit of ballast and trying to get the grip. And most of these riders aren't running full muds, so
Sina Frey into the tech feed zone. Looks like a front puncture tire change, Ollie. Is she going to a more aggressive front tire to give her some kind of purchase out there? Takes a gel. She is stressed, definitely. That is not a happy looking Sina Frey for the first time in 2026. But 173 beats per minute on the Whoop Live, zone 4. For the Swiss woman who leads the overall point series.
But that's a smart move. Coming into the tyre, if you've decided you have picked slightly the wrong tyres for the condition, you're struggling, put that front wheel. That front wheel is the one that's going to give you the confidence. If the rear wheel's slipping and sliding a bit, you can kind of blag it a bit. But the front one, that is the one that you need to hook up.
It's one of the first things they tell you if you go for any skills coaching on a mountain bike is the front wheel's the one that matters.
100%. And Sina Frey, that was a good... Doesn't take so long as well to change a front wheel. It's a pretty quick change, and she'll make that time up just in that one section. So yeah, smart move.
And maybe just a mental reset as well. Just a little, right, I've got this tyre on now, that's me away.
Yeah, we'll see Sina Frey put money on her back that will pay off. That's going to come onto this next lap. She's going to hit that section. She's made a change for the better, and she can hit it with a bit more confidence.
Well, Jenny Rissvid's now 43 seconds in the lead of this bike race from the battle that's on your screen now for second place. Nicole Kohler looking extremely strong today. Behind her, Alessandra Keller. Behind her, Puck Petersen. Puck Petersen has been in trouble, has had a couple of crashes, but is still with them here. And there's Lyra Steger. It's been a stressful day for the Specialized pairing. Steger currently still in the arena section off the lap. Just looking through the timing screen here. Currently in 28th position for Lyra Steger. Fastest lap of the race so far, Jenny Rissvid, Nicole Kohler, Alessandra Keller, top 3 in that competition, but Specialized having a tough day at the office here, Ollie.
Yeah, it's amazing how quick the tables can turn, and from absolutely storming the first 2 races, Frey having some issues on the technical section, Steger looking like it's more of an overall, leg situation, not having a great short track, so hopefully she hasn't picked up some sort of illness or injury during the week.
It can be a tough one, I think, the Lyra Steger. Racing at home can be a bit of a poison chalice as well, can't you? Look at the dry spots on the grips and the brake levers of Nicole Kohler's Lapierre, where the hands have been and the mud hasn't managed to penetrate. But yeah, racing at home can come with some pressure, can't it?
Yeah, 100%. But
there's your race leader on the right-hand side of your screen.
Rissvid's in a nice situation. She can look back. She's got a healthy gap, but there she can just look over and have a really good set of where she is. And she's riding so smooth. She's taking seconds. We saw on the climb stats over 2 laps, taking 3 seconds out of that group. But on the last descent, the rutted descent, taking a few seconds out there as well. And I think she's just riding super efficiently on everything, climbs and descents. Nothing flash, but just taking a couple of seconds here and there.
We've seen her do it, didn't we? Certainly the second half of last season. This was kind of it wasn't the Pauline Ferrand-Prévot one big long attack so much as death by 1,000 cuts.
The time gap now going out to a minute now.
Yeah, she's had an absolutely stellar first half of that lap, Jenny Rissvid. There's Martina Berta in 5th place currently. The third lap out of 5 here in the Elite Women's UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup, and we are seeing Jenny Rissveds now officially a minute out in front of this chasing trio of Nicole Kohler, Alessandra Keller and Puck Peterson. Martina Berta is in 5th for Origine Racing Division.
And looking just a little further back, Sevilla Blunt going from dead last, from first to last, getting taken out, but now back up into the top 10.
Unbelievable ride. You can remember, you can vote for your rider of the round, the Gobik rider of the round.
And interesting, now she's got through the traffic. The only rider faster on that lap was Jenny Rissveds. She was the second fastest.
Superb from Blanc. We knew she was a tough cookie, but absolutely up against it today. Has been asked some big questions and is answering them in some style. 9th place now for the Decathlon Ford rider. As we see the race leader, there is the QR code to vote for the best XC rider of the round, powered by Gobik. You can get your opinions heard on that one. The rider will be awarded with a jersey at the end of the race. Ollie Beckinsale, looking forward to that one. There's been some big performances out there already for you to debate.
It's going to be a close one, that's for sure.
Always is the Gobik rider of the week.
We see Jenny Rissveds then, the difference in styles. As she came off that descent into the forest road, big gear, rolling the gear, using some body weight, and then as soon as it got to the climb, a bit less traction, sat back in the saddle, changed the cadence up and went for one more spinning, higher cadence style.
There is Sevilla Blanc on your screen now, so she's about 14 seconds behind 8th position and 9th currently. But looking extremely up for this one. Getting there, Stefan Tempier running alongside her from the team, passing some information and encouragement on.
But this is some performance from Sevilla Blanc.
Absolutely huge from Sevilla Blanc.
Because it's not just the time you lose, it's all the traffic. She's had to go past 60-odd riders on a muddy single track course.
It's also the stress as well, and coming out of that and having your rhythm blown apart. Ralph Neff roaring encouragement to his rider, Alessandra Keller, who's with Puck Peterson now in 3rd place. Sina Fry was with them for a long time.
Yeah, and Puck accelerating, and she's just taken 6 seconds out of Jenny Rissveds. And
I can tell you, Sina Fry, who leads the UCI World Cup Cross Country Olympic overall after the opening couple of rounds, currently in 13th. We saw her come in for a change of tyre. 169 beats per minute strain, 15.2 so far for Puck Peterson, lap 3 out of 5. That goes up to 21, that number, Ollie, so about where she should be. Puck Peterson paced well so far.
It's interesting, Puck in this race has been, she's ups and downs, and I think it's a psychological state. She sees she's still got plenty left in the tank, but she has those fits and starts. Sometimes it's mentally she's on it and she makes an acceleration, and then she kind of backs off a bit. And interesting to see, and now she started this climb so fast, but now it's Keller who's taking a turn.
Yeah, we're starting to see the shoulders going for Alessandra Keller now.
Yeah, this is Keller at her best, and this is how she wins races and wins championships in the past. Just always fighting.
Sina Fry needs to finish inside the top 4 to keep the series overall points lead as things stand. So Fry currently in 12th.
The Sina Fry, that last lap where she had that big crash, an absolute shocker, and changed the tyre. She lost 1 minute 40.
Great info.
To Rissveds just on that lap.
Great info from our stats guy, Martin Whiteley, who's at home frantically working the abacus for us on that one. Really, I mean, we always say it, don't we? A mud race just throws it all out the window.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get more crashes. You're going to have more ups and downs. The other thing as well, with this hillier circuit, if you make a mistake or you mispace things, you just grind to a halt. There's some races where you can have a bad lap and you might only lose 10, 15 seconds on a flatter dry lap, but on this circuit, you're just going to, minutes will disappear.
And it is getting warmer out there. It is getting sunnier, and that's going to bake little patches drier, but in the woods where it really counts, it just holds that moisture here. Yeah. Very little sunlight or wind.
Similar to the DH yesterday.
Yeah.
It got dry a bit. It got into the woods and it wasn't drying out, and it was slippery and still wet in there.
Look at you, downhill fan.
I'm a super fan, mate. That's what I do on my Saturdays. Watch you guys.
Rissveds leading the bike race here, 58 seconds ahead of this pair, Alessandra Keller and Puck Peterson. Nicole Kohler 1 minute 5 seconds behind them. But yeah, it's just an it's a brutal course in the dry here in Leogang, but this much rain that we've had all week, and it's been absolutely caked in mud all week long, this cross-country racetrack. Actually, I've just got an update. Martin Whiteley isn't at home working the Abacus. He's down there trackside this weekend. So, Martin, thank you as ever for all your help. Amazing resource for us up here in the commentary booth to have those kind of stats coming in. But Alessandra Keller looking like she's starting to come alive here, Ollie, in the second half of this one.
Yeah, really busy section here. You've got ups and downs, and it's at the top of a climb, so you're already in zone 5, you've maxed out, and then you've got to keep it going and then drop into descent. This is one of the most difficult descents on the circuit, but you're doing it straight from a climb, and one of the characteristics of Leogang is these descents coming straight away, so all the blood is in your legs, your arms are a bit weak, your head's spinning a bit, and then you've got to drop into this.
There is the climb sector comparison. So Peterson doing really well on the climbs with 2.7 seconds back in total over Keller, Kohler, those around her. One of the ones, Ollie, sadly we should have mentioned the last round, one of the real legends of mountain biking, Mert Lawwell, sadly passing away. His son Joe, massively involved with Shimano, and just a huge pioneer of everything about riding bikes off-road with an engine or without an engine and going sideways in the process, and real legend of the sport, and he'll be very, very missed. Had a Schwinn straight 6 back in the day that had a Lawwell back end on it, and even by today's standards, I reckon that was a great bike.
Is there any bikes you haven't owned?
No, not really. I've had most of them. Crashed most of them, certainly. Oh, Puck Peterson, talking about bikes working well, having a big moment in the middle of that root garden. You can see Keller can just pull away from her.
Yeah, Keller's on a roll now, and she's loving these conditions, dropping in. See, just getting that rut on the right side.
Yeah, really good technical riding from Keller, just sacrificing the entry speed to get the exit speed, and ultimately, Ollie, exit speed is what you're going for.
Ooh. Oh. And this is a difficult one. You see that deep rut in the middle. Alessandra Keller, see Puck mixing it up now, but you see everything in the body weight was trying to push her out. She had to get the leg right to the right to try and keep in that rut.
Puck Peterson keeping up to date with the Pilates, being able to stretch like that off the side of the bike. Sina Fry, the overall points leader, needs a 4th place at this race if she wants to retain that red jersey. And Fry currently in 11th place, so maybe that new front tyre that she stopped for, Ollie, is starting to make a bit of a difference.
No, 100%. We see Martina Berta as well. Really fast through that section, that right rut, not quite so deep, a little bit safer, both feet up, carrying good speed. And we talk about some of these riders have a cyclocross background or have raced it in the past or just have a little bit. I mean, Puck Peter's a world champion in that discipline. And
well, Nicole Kohler currently in 4th place for Lapierre PXR Racing. I mentioned Martin Whiteley earlier in the show, Ollie. Wait to hear this for a stat. Lapierre as a brand have never scored a win in 36 seasons of elite cross-country, women or men's XC racing. She's got a bit to do if it's going to be today, Kohler, but certainly a big one. They've had 4 wins in women's elite downhill racing back in 2013, 2014. I know Loic Bruni did some winning for them as well. In the elite men's category, there's Puck on the Canyon for Alpecin Premier Tech, crossing the line in 3rd place. There's Kohler on that Lapierre we just mentioned.
But Jenny Rissved, she lost a few seconds in the first half of the lap, has pulled most of them back in the second half. Looks really strong in that section. Keller on a charge, just pulling ahead of Puck Peterson. So Alessandra Keller taking an energy gel, 2 laps to go. Just topping up Trigger Stores. But Jenny Rissved's running that full mud setup, and it's working for her. You see she's got good grip, quite confident across those sections. You see some of the riders skating around it.
Really good awareness from Rissved there. I wondered why she was looking so tentative on the bike, and then she hit that clear bit of matting and then got off the brakes again, got the bike rolling, and clearly starting to get a real visual sort of get keyed into this track and where the individual pitfalls are on it.
but Rissved's, like I say, a minute up, but she's piecing together the sections in the way that we saw at the end of last year. It's very efficient. She's not wasting any energy. She's always on the right lines. Blunk to 6th.
Well, there it is, the first revving of the invisible motorbike in the commentary booth. Ollie Beckinsale, Sevilla Blanc up into 6th place
from
that crash.
Last.
Dead last. This woman on your screen now, within the first couple of corners that are coming together with Jenny Rissveds, was investigated. No action was taken. Blanc just cleaning the drivetrain of that Rock Rider and keeping moving. Huge, huge performance from Sevilla Blanc, but look at these shots and how tough it is out there.
So far, Jenny Rissveds are the best. Focused, composed, efficient, just piecing together all the courses. So far, no crashes that we've seen, not putting a foot wrong, chosen the right tyres, putting all the right pieces of the puzzle together.
Really, really strong stuff. And I mean, you can do all the training you want. You can have the bike as dialed as you want, but mentally you have to be tough in this game. And my goodness, Sevilla Blanc up to 6th position. Within sight of a top 5 finish. She's right with.
And again,
Ronja Blurtlinger's with her as well.
The fastest on that lap with a 14:30 was Jenny Rissveds. 1 second slower, Sevilla Blanc again, 2nd fastest. So she's matching the pace of Rissveds.
Oh, I mean, it's so difficult to tell because the anger will be a big motivator, but today could have been a day for her. A lot of climbing in this course, Blanc, and one of the best climbers in the business, and now you can start to see the grimace for the first time on the face of Jenny Rissveds.
Maybe Sevilla Blanc now is 1 minute 4 seconds off top 3.
Maybe wants to get this race over with and get out of the pits before Sevilla Blanc arrives back into them. Jenny Rissveds, understandably. Keller working really, really hard and likes to spin a gear, Keller, doesn't she?
Yeah, just very busy on the bike, uses upper body a lot, but it works for her and she carries good speed. But the main thing for Alessandra Keller, we talked about before, is just that determination. We've seen her win championships. She will do it to the line, whether she's having a great day and winning or back in, like, floating around in 10th position. You always get the best version of Alessandra Keller.
We always talk about it with Loic Bruni in the elite men's downhill. As a big downhill fan, you'll have heard us do it.
Yeah.
Where one of those riders that can look at the season from above and go, all right, 2nd place today, it's not a win, but it's a lot of points.
Yeah, with the maturity and the experience. Yeah, Lara Stiga drifting back through now. 30th position now, no, 28th, sorry, for Stiga. So not having a great day, but still can pick up some points for the overall.
You can see the puddles still out there, far from a dry racetrack here in Leogang. Second and 3rd place here in Leogang. Alessandra Keller smiling. Is it a smile? Is it a grimace? Through the mud. Puck Peterson. A word on Puck, Ollie. She's been really strong today.
Yeah, really, really strong. And I can see that the mud conditions are good for her. She's obviously world-class cyclocross rider, so happy in the mud.
Happy in the mud, but she's not looked comfortable at times on these descents.
Some of the rock gardens, the bigger kind of mountain bike tech features, she's just a little bit slower.
Look at Keller chasing her 20th elite cross-country Olympic podium. Her last came on a home victory in Lenzerheide.
Yeah, big win there.
Last year, that was huge. I remember it well. And
we're there next week as well, so.
Handy. Ties together nicely, that. There is Nicole Kohler, 4th place currently for her. Looking like she's just suffering with this pace of Keller.
Yeah, Collar's got this kind of poker face, really relaxed style, so she looks like she's always on top of it, but at one point I think she was the ride, in my brain, she was going to be the one that was going to challenge Rissveds, but got that one wrong. She's drifted back a little bit now, but again, a good solid race for Collar, and another rider who stepped up last year and has made that top 10 a kind of regular home for herself.
Yeah, Josh Carlson reporting in. Weather warm and sunny, windy. It's going to clag up a lot out in the open there. Sevilla Blanc, take your hat off to that woman. Up to 6th place, 2 minutes 13 off the front of the race. And Ollie, that is what digging deep looks like.
100% from 60th position. Last no number got ripped off in that first crash. But to be taken out from first position, you've done the hard bit. You've got through the craziness of the start straight. You've done the first climb.
Lap 4 out of 5 at the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup here in Leogang, 3rd round, and it's being led by Jenny Rissveds by 1 minute and 8 seconds ahead of Alessandra Keller. And it looks like Rissveds trying to get this one done, Ollie. Still attacking through the tech zone, the second one out the back of the track, and looking to put this one to bed.
Yeah, and has found another 9 seconds on Alessandra Keller in 2nd position. Now for Rissveds, it's just about ticking off those key tech sections. Using the same gears, trying to use the same gears on the climb. You get into a habit of what gear you rode the previous section. You just want to keep the pace, keep the power.
Yeah, huge effort for everyone out there today. If you're just joining us, it dumped rain on the start finish straight just as the race was getting underway. But now Puck Peterson leads Alessandra Keller through the bike park section, so maybe Puck has got the legs back and is feeling like 2nd place today, and you never know in this game. One problem from Rissveds, and these two could be on for a win.
Yeah, in these conditions, on a course this hilly,
they're moving, Ollie, you know. Puck's attacking here.
Yeah, and they're going to start scrapping for 2nd position, so there's always going to be that bit of synergy. The two riders going head-to-head will always probably have a faster last lap compared to the rider on their own. So
yeah, Josh Carlson reported in. There's a few, he's referred to them as discussions happening on the Canyon and Decathlon Ford tents as we speak in regarding that first lap incident between Rissveds and Blanc. So this one could rumble on long after this.
Yeah, the way that the laps that Sevilla Blanc's banging in, the way she's moved back through the field, they'll be sitting there thinking what could have been.
Yeah,
and
we could have been on
it
for
wasn't
it today.
a fault of her own.
No, absolutely no fault of her own. But then it's so hard to call because you don't know, is that motivation being the difference? Has that been the wake up? Or, I mean, whatever way you want to shake it out, it was in the legs for Sevilla Blanc today.
100%. The only thing, we've got a really busy patch. We've got 4 World Cup races in 5 weeks. So this isn't the last patch. This is going to continue.
167 beats from 170, 17 on the strain gauge of Puck Peterson, 21 to play for, so it's right up there, Ollie.
Yeah, this is the time now to start emptying the tank, and you see Puck Peterson really stressing.
That strain gauge, unique to every rider, of course, relative to what they're capable of. Puck Peterson's 17 is a bit higher than my 17.
This is the best we've seen Puck on this climb. The previous lap, this is one of the ones where she struggled a bit. But she's on a flyer now, and she's moving up through. She's closing the gap, just taking 6 seconds out of Jenny Rissveds.
Puck Peterson is coming to life in front of our eyes here late in the day in Leogang, lap 4 out of 5. If that gap goes to under a minute, it'll be interesting to see if Peterson can keep it going that way.
Yeah, Jenny Rissveds as well, up into 1st gear on this climb.
I can tell you, Sevilla Blanc is now within 9 seconds of Martina Berta in 5th.
Yeah.
So, top 5 potentially on for Blanc today.
Yeah, Blanc has closed that gap to Jenny Rissveds, closing up to the podium. I mean, it's going to be a tough ask to pull back 57 seconds of Alessandra Keller in a lap and a half, but the way that Sevilla Blanc's riding, it's not impossible.
Huge day here in Leogang. Elite men's race to come after this on a really hard to read track. If you were getting ready for a race now, what tires would you be putting on?
Again, it's getting sticky, but I think there comes a point, if the sun keeps shining, they'll get a point when actually the mud gets sticky, goes from wet to sticky, and actually an intermediate tire works completely fine on the back and maybe some knobbles on the front.
Yep, over an hour in now, lap 4 out of 5. Puck Peterson has all but done for Alessandra Keller here. You can hear Keller breathing deep now, breathing heavy.
Yeah, Puck on a flyer on this climb and has instantly put 5-6 seconds into Keller. I don't think Keller's going slower. I think it's Puck going faster.
I think Puck has just found her legs, and maybe the track has dried out that little bit that's allowing Puck to be in that slightly more comfortable window on the descents as well.
But yeah, if the sun continues to shine, things are going to get sticky.
53 seconds now.
Puck's on the move.
Yep. Puck is on the move towards the front of the race. It's a lot of time to get back on Rissvids, but if Rissvids puts a foot wrong on one of these extremely technical descents, we could be in for fireworks here.
Yeah, I mean, she's taken 15 seconds.
And also, we have to remember, Rissvids circulating on those mud tyres. As it dries out, they will be dragging her ever more towards the clutches of Puck Petersen.
Well, we saw it, Matti Cesaro in South Korea. He came in to go from full mud to kind of more of an intermediate mud.
And we saw Sina Fry do that in this race. Is this now the window that we're in with cross-country racing? The margins are so fine that tyre changes becoming a real part of this sport.
There comes a point when the mud dries out enough that the knobbly tyres almost start to plough the surface and get really, really slow.
Keller's lost 12 seconds. Puck Petersen, she took more time on that climb.
Yeah, 9 seconds in one climb. Yeah, Puck's absolutely flying now. It's all working for her.
And this is all coming together for Puck Petersen. That canyon.
Look at the speed she's carrying there, accelerating out the corner, down through the gears.
The canyon of the Alpecin Premier Tech rider, shod with lighter, weller tyres than the one on the lead bike of Jenny Rissvids. And as this track starts to solidify here in Leogang, its rider has just found the right legs at the right time. It's still torturously wet through there though, but Puck just has to weather the storm on these choppy descents, Ollie, and then get back going again. She's looking comfortable now through there as well.
Yeah, it's all starting to click for Puck Petersen. I mean, Rissvids has got a really healthy gap and she's riding smooth, efficient. I think it's a tough ask.
I mean, yeah, taking off and away, this is why you build a lead over a minute, isn't it? So that if conditions change, you do have a window to play with. But that's not to say that we're not potentially in for a grandstand finish here. As Puck just dabbing a foot off, keeps moving though.
Oh, super sketchy, that section.
That's cyclocross right there, isn't it?
Foot out, just trying to get the weight on the inside, trying to stay in those ruts.
Here we go. Rissvids moving through the rock garden. Locked in position. As Elias Russo rings the bell for the final lap here in Leogang. Jenny Rissvids. It's now back out to over a minute. So Rissvids has responded in those descents. And she's in the lead by 1 minute and 2 seconds ahead of Puck Petersen as we head on to the final lap here in Leogang.
Yeah, Rissvids is really strong in the second half of this lap. Pulls 7 seconds back out of Puck.
Yeah, Rissvids has shut that one down. Was she been getting information from the side of the course, you think, Ollie, that Puck's coming, best cover it off?
I think Jenny Rissvids is just in the zone. She's just consistent laps. A 14, 18, 14, 30, 40, 45, and that just shows the conditions. I don't think she's necessarily getting slower. The conditions are forcing the riders to be slow around this lap, getting a little stickier under the mud.
Well, let's get a total on that gap as Puck Petersen crosses the line. So it's a minute dead now, so she's found 2 seconds on Rissvids. Alessandra Keller, 1 minute 7, by no means out of this one, Keller.
No, Keller will push to the line, that's for sure. And
I just wonder if Alessandra Keller is going to do what Jenny Rissvids did in the second half of last season, you know.
Yeah.
She's working her way back towards race wins, and she can get a couple and get on a roll. More titles perhaps, Beckham, but that's for the future. Right now, we're looking at the final lap here in Leogang, UCI Cross Country Olympic Women's World Cup. Jenny Rissvids in the lead of the race. From Puck Petersen, Alessandra Keller, Nicole Kohler, Martina Berta in 5th. Sevilla Blanc, a rider she had coming together with on lap 1, was stone last, up into 6th position now, Blanc.
Yeah, and Sina Fry, having changed that front tyre to a mud tyre, it's working for her. She's now back up into 9th position.
That's great from Fry.
Yeah.
Big decision, well made. Look at Blanc. Noticeably faster down the start-finish straight. for the last time. Can she get herself into the top 5 here on what would be an unbelievable final lap for Sevilla Blanc, an unbelievable performance already, no matter where she finishes this race.
Yeah, 2:15 behind Jenny Rissved's now in 6th position for Blanc, and she lost 1 minute 26 just in that first lap.
There's the gap between 2nd and 3rd, and they're having to be really tentative round this long off-camber right. Petersen rounds it for the last time, heads back up through the rocks.
Yeah, the time that Sevilla Blanc lost, 1 minute 20.
So we're hearing that Blanc, has the option to submit a protest for the decision of the incident if she does so within 30 minutes of the end of the race. So given that we've got elite men's racing to come later on this afternoon, we will keep you abreast of that situation. Sevilla Blanc with 30 minutes after this race to submit a protest if she wants to. After that, coming together with Jenny Rissveds on lap 1. The gap 1 minute now between Rissveds and Petersen. As I said, Ollie, this is why you build big leads.
Yeah, fastest on the last lap was Puck Petersen. But Rissveds is holding firm at the moment. Only 7 seconds she lost.
Your man Russo's going to take that bell off whatever's hanging on if it keeps on hitting it that hard. Fry, there she is, 9th place, a word on her, Ollie.
Yeah, really good riding, was struggling, had those intermediate tyres she started with. Really struggling, 3 offs, in the mud, and then went to that front tyre, put a mud tyre on, and then has been flying back through the field. Really good lap.
3rd one was big as well.
Yeah.
Big impact.
But yeah, smart move by Fry and the Specialized team, just going for that mud front, quick change, and off she went.
Peter says, I mean, it's yo-yoing, 58 seconds now. She's lopped another couple of seconds off the leader. There's Rebecca Henderson, 12th place for her from the front row. We haven't seen a lot of her, but has moved backwards from where she started.
Yeah, another rider, keep an eye on Lara Stiga, rolling round, sitting there in about 31st position. So for the rider that was sitting 3rd overall, starting today. Yeah, so last lap, Jenny Rissved's 58-second, Puck's on a charge, but it's not coming back quick enough. And you see the grimace on Jenny Rissved's face. This is one of the hardest climbs, especially mentally. It's just dead straight and steepens up and kicks towards the top.
So as things stand, it'll be the 18th top 10 career finish from 31 starts for Sevilla Blanc at cross-country Olympic format as an elite. Look at Puck Petersen though. 179 beats per minute, 17.9 on the strain scale now out of 21. Absolutely motoring Puck, and you can see as well, just look at the bike of Keller behind her, weaving around. Puck keeping the tiller straight.
Yeah, Puck Petersen pacing this one well. Still a little bit left in the tank as well, and finishing strong. And this lap as well, it's so physical here at Leogang that pacing is so important, and Puck doing a really good job of that.
That gap between 2nd and 3rd extending in front of our eyes there. Josh Carlson reporting in that there's been a big crash for Jen Jackson. Apparently she was in 9th at the time. Currently shown in 30th on our screen, so Jackson in trouble.
Yeah,
Puck Petersen, it's now, again, it's back up now, 1 minute and 3 seconds. So Jenny Rissved's still at it, still keeping the wick turned right up to fend off these attacks from Puck Petersen. Now it's down to 59 seconds. So as they crest the different climbs, time's yo-yoing, but look at Keller.
Yeah, Keller working hard. If she looks over her shoulder, she's going to see Nicole Collar. So on this climb, camera foreshortens it, but it's about 15 seconds now, the gap between the 2 Swiss riders.
Keller will get a big reception in the finish arena as well, although Swiss racing in Austria, she's a lot of fans everywhere. Yeah. Alessandra Keller, one of those really popular riders.
And I think it's going into next week. We are in Lenzerheide, location where Alessandra Keller won last year.
Jenny Rissved's leading the way then by 59 seconds from Puck Petersen. Alessandra Keller in 3rd, Nicole Kohler in 4th. 5th place, Martina Berta is now with Sevilla Blanc. On your screens now, Blanc right with Berta.
Yeah, that's unbelievable performance there. Sevilla Blanc fly onto the back wheel. I mean, and the way she's going, the lap times.
There is a lot of communal shaking of heads in the commentary booth at the minute. What a ride from Sevilla Blanc. There's Jenny Rissveds, taking nothing away from her. What a performance. Heading towards her first win of the season. Look at that. Fastest rider per lap. It's been all Rissveds. And although we've talked about the fight back from Puck Peterson, we talked about the first lap incident with Sevilla Blanc. Rissveds has been great today, Ollie.
But the consistency, fastest rider on every lap. Piecing together, and it's the overall package on the climbs, on the technical sections. Seconds here, seconds there, getting the bike right, getting the mud tyres. Putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. And at the moment, that's leading to a 52-second gap. But yeah, great ride by Keller at the moment. It's a really difficult start of the season coming. Missing the first race, come back into Nova Mesto, backing up with a 5th place, and now moving forward to a 3rd. Building form through this European block.
Big performance from Sina Fry, though. 9th place for her with all those crashes, a front tyre change.
Really strong mental performance by Sina Fry.
See her just kicking the back end out through those rollers as well, fast as fun.
And now we're seeing Full Keller all over the bike fighting.
Full Keller has been achieved. The movement of the shoulders, the elbows, the head going. Alessandra Keller fighting her way to the line here. 1 minute and 17 back off the lead of Jenny Rissveds. 52 seconds now, the gap between Rissveds and Peterson. But Peterson running out of racetrack here in Leogang. But as we always say,
there's still a chunk of a lap left to go. It's not done yet.
Always say you're one puncture or crash away from a race turning its head in mountain bike racing. That's why we love it.
But I think the way that Jenny Rissveds is riding, confident, efficient, safe on the descents as well. We saw her had that bit of a sketchy moment coming into the rocks, but yeah, some performance from Jenny Rissveds.
Huge. In a season that's, I don't want to say it's not been going her way, because she's had some good races, Ollie, but yeah, whenever you did as much winning as she did at the tail end of last year, to not be on the top step, a difficult one.
And European champion and world champion.
Yeah, got them all.
2 World Cups, pretty much won the whole lot at the end of last season. And she was so dominant. She's had 2 second positions, and we were saying she'd had an okay start to the season.
It's true. But everything's relative.
Yeah. I mean, I think once you've raised the bar to winning multiple races and you're world champ, then you're only judged on, I mean, like a Nino Schurter.
Yeah.
You know, Nino gets 6th place, and we're like, what a disaster for the guy. But when you've ran 36 World Cups.
Yeah, there are people out there who'd lop limbs off to get sick for the World Cup. Yeah, I think XCO raises his hand. There's the Cole Kohler in 4th place. Another good ride from Kohler, but I think more than anything else with, I'm seeing you land a Neff there, more than anything else from Jenny as well, winning in the style that we were used to seeing.
Yeah.
The back of 2025 as well. Is that Rissveds coming up to lap Neff? Or was it Ana Santos we saw going through that shot?
Yeah, I think it's Ana Santos coming through.
Yeah, Santos is
52nd position at the moment.
52nd at the minute, so that would read right to me. Neff is in 17th. So apologies there.
Yeah, and Sevilla Blanc, looking at the timing, has now flown past Martina Berta. And she's now closing in on Nicole Kohler, chasing 4th position.
Sevilla Blanc up into 5th position from stone last.
That's a key descent for Jenny Rissveds to tick that one off.
Yeah.
You've got 3 dodgy descents to just get done, and you just want to tick them off one after the other. And after each one, you just breathe a sigh of relief. You're 1 dodgy descent closer to the finish.
Still rolling the gear here, Rissveds as well. And
44 seconds.
44 seconds now. Look at the time though, Puck Petersen, Jenny Rissvid's 18 seconds on that climb over the course of the race, but doesn't tell the whole story with Rissvid's being so strong in the descents, Ollie. Is that where she's won it today?
The second half of the lap, well, we've seen that. If you just look at that one descent with the deep ruts, she's visibly faster. Both feet up, carrying good speed on the line. I mean, she's taking 3 or 4 seconds out of Puck, I think, just on that one sector.
Yep.
And even if you look at Jenny Rissvid through there, strong in the upper body as well, carrying good speed, direct line, super confident, and really solid on these difficult descents. Yeah, and this section out here, as we drop into the grub, down the deep ruts, just on the inside, say feet up, carrying speed.
So much more comfortable though. And I know she has the mud tires on that canyon, but a lot of that's bike riding as well, and just confidence in those really steep, loose conditions. Has a little check over the shoulder. 44 seconds to play with. That climb, absolutely punishing. Last time she'll head up there.
Yeah, savage section, this one. Steepest climb of the circuit. You turn 100 degrees, then straight into a steep techie descent.
And you just see the mud being flicked up here. Men's race is going to be absolute carnage on this track. So changeable, so cut up now from the elite women's race. And you can see a mud line really forming on the left-hand side as Rissvid hits that right-hand corner for the last time.
And another key section ticked off.
Heads out into the sunshine. We weren't sure an hour and 25 minutes ago if we would see sunshine today. But we've not only seen sunshine, we've seen something truly special from this woman on your screen now, the world champion, Jenny Rissvid. The smile spreads across her face. Normal service has been resumed. Jenny Rissvid takes the win in Leogang with an absolutely towering performance amidst the mud in Austria. Huge ride, Ollie.
Yeah, and from the third corner, again, similar to a race at the end of last year, super dominant. And I think the word I'd describe it was efficient.
Her 8th UCI cross-country Olympic win, now just one behind Pauline Ferrand-Prévot. Oh, not a bad name to be in the same bracket as, but a word on this woman. Puck Petersen has been absolutely superb, especially in the second half of this race. 32 seconds. She lost it in the descents, really, didn't she?
Yeah, strong on the climbs, but a really mature ride from Puck here, and has finished strong.
Yeah. Puck Petersen loves racing her mountain bike, loves being challenged, and has loved that performance out there today, as have the fans. Great to have Puck on the mountain bike any chance we get to see her race. And she really put the hurt on that woman, Alessandra Keller, from the halfway point in this race. Keller kept fighting, getting back to her very best. She knows it, Ollie, as well.
Happy with that performance. Backing up her third position in the short track with a third in the cross country.
Puck Petersen with her 13th career podium in elite cross country Olympic UCI World Cup racing. Rissvid's taking water on. There's team staff heading in towards the riders now. 20th career podium for Alessandra Keller.
Yeah, good ride by Nicole Collar, 4th position.
Bit of a lonely one in the second part of that race, but she's still there, Ollie. It's still coming together for her.
Really solid race.
But here we have...
what a performance.
One of the performances of the year so far. Sevilla Blanc from stone last after the first couple of corners. Heads towards the finish line. Sevilla Blanc with a top 5. And one of the statement rides of recent Whoop UCI Mountain Bike World Series memory. Martina Berta is going to come home in 6th, but a word on Blanc, Ollie.
Yeah, from last position, from first to last, then back to 5th place, fastest on the last lap. It's a bit of a case of what could have been, but what a performance in 5th place.
Martina Berta home in 6th. We have been told that Blanc is 30 minutes from the finish if she wants to lodge a protest about that decision. that there was no action to be taken after her coming together with Jenny Rissvids. I didn't see if there was anything exchanged between them in the finish arena. Really, really tough one to judge. You can call it either way, really. We will, of course, keep you abreast of anything we hear. Cook Peterson. Look at the mud, Ollie. It's dry as well, so it is changeable in the extreme out there. There's Gwen Gibson on her way home for 7th.
Yeah.
Great. We didn't see a lot off for the trek on Broken Rider, but another really strong performance.
She just went about it, has moved her way through, taken a couple of positions on that last lap.
Crucially for her as well, beat her old roommate home.
Yeah,
Madigan Monroe's behind her.
3 Americans in the top 10.
Yeah, big result for the American women today. Monroe, though, is going to have to defend that
And we
from
see
a hard
Cena
charge
Fry
in
coming
Cena
through.
Fry. I tell you what, a salvage job from the World Cup overall points leader. She might have lost that lead today, but Fry, 9th place on a good handful of points.
Yeah, really good job from Cena Fry, making the best of a bad day. And
she dropped down to 14th, didn't she? Came in for that tyre change.
Yeah, good work.
I wonder how much as well the team will be involved with that decision to, will they have been shouting, will they have been giving her information that you can come in and change it if you want?
I would expect to say there'd be team staff out on course. There is a lot of communication, everyone's radioed up.
Yeah,
no rolling a 10th on the hardtail.
No ship to shore radio, cross-country mountain biking, but a word on Mona Mitterwallner. Is this the highest we're going to see a hardtail place in 2026? Place your bets now.
Yeah, roll of the dice there. With suspension only on the front for Mona Mitterwallner. And
tell you what, an hour and a half of that today on a hardtail, my back would be an absolute ribbons. Rebecca Henderson, 11th place for her from a front row gridding, but a strong performance. Ronja Blurtlinger in 12th, the second of the live bikes into the finish arena. And take nothing away from anyone today, Ollie. That was a tough, tough race.
Leogang, I think one of the most physical circuits in the World Cup, and in these conditions as well, doubly hard. And yeah, fair play to everyone finishing that race today.
Mitterwallner absolutely emptied after that. Shaking the head. Tough day at the office for Mona Mitterwallner, but home with a top 10. Signs of recovery.
Some good rides. Kaleri 13th, Dauberman 14th. So riders that a top 20 on the day would be a really strong performance.
Candice Lille, home just ahead of Yolanda Neff, 15th and 16th respectively.
Yeah, there's that bit where you want to beat your number board for some of these riders.
There we go.
63rd.
There's that coming together, which the chief commissaire looked at, decided there was no action to be taken. There may yet be a challenge. We'll bring you an update on that, but Rissvids just kept going. That was 2025. Jenny back in action, back in business, and back on the top step of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup here in Leogang. First win of the season for her.
Yeah, that was a world champion's performance for sure.
Rissvids from Peterson from Kelliger top 3, then Kohler, Blanc, Berta, Gibson, Monroe, Fry, Mitterwallner in the top 10, covered by 4 minutes 34 seconds. Let's hear from Jenny Rissvids. She's down there now.
Jenny, welcome back to the top step of the podium. It's great to have you back. Thanks. We saw a little bit of an incident there in the first lap with Sevelia Blanc. Is there any chance you could talk us through what happened there from your perspective?
I think it was just tight racing. It was really tight in the start, and I was coming on the left, and she she closed my line, and either
I would have crashed there, or she would have crashed, and unfortunately she crashed, and yeah, I hope she's okay.
Yeah, definitely a big misunderstanding or a misfortune of racing. And we see, Jenny, through this racing, you seem like, or from my perspective anyway, you seem so intentional with all of your tactics and all of that sort of stuff. Are you able to give us a bit of an insight on what goes into that behind the scenes?
I wanted to be brave today, and I wanted to leave this place with no, I don't know, disappointment or hesitation, and I just tried to go for it, or I went for it, and it worked.
Yeah, you were definitely very brave, and that old-fashioned, what we saw last year of style from you was definitely back there. And you now are going to be in the overall lead. How does that make you feel?
No, it's really, really cool. I just got to know that we have three overall leaders in the team at the moment: Thibaut, Valentina, and myself, which is really, really cool. They really, yeah, they've been kicking asses the whole season, and yeah, it's really cool.
Well, it's always great to see Kenyan out there really ripping it. Well done, Jenny.
Thank you.
There you go, Ollie. Her take on it was that Blanc moved onto her line.
Yeah, I mean, the general racing line was right to left to cut the corner. Most of the riders were going that one, but Jenny Riff is on the lower line. So they just came together on their corner. And again, in these conditions, it's super slick out there.
Yeah, in a dry race, that probably wouldn't have been a crash. No. So, Frey, Steger, second and third in the overall now. Rispens leads the way by 80 points. Let's hear from Puck Peterson. She's down there now.
Puck, tell us about it. It looked like absolute carnage out there.
Yeah, it was. It was such great racing. Got a bit dirty, but no, it was super hard out there already from the start. We had a high pace, and yeah, I think it was actually also a race about who could make the littlest amount of mistakes. And today it was not me. Made some mistakes, especially the first few laps, but luckily not too bruised, and could continue my ride. And yeah, the rest was just trying to stay focused and yeah, battling it out with Alessandra was actually super fun to be doing. I think we really challenged each other.
Yeah, and you talk about those crashes. Do they hurt?
It depends on how you crash and where you crash. Luckily, the brick grass descent, there's just grass underneath, so it's fine. But of course, sometimes you can hit the wrong stone or the wrong rut, and then it does hurt. So yeah, it's always when you feel like you're going to crash, already thinking ahead about how you're landing.
And then what does this mean for Lenzerheide coming on to the next week? So we've got a back-to-back, and are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, I think the shape is good. I think Lenzerheide is a bit of a harder course for me with all the routes, but I just hope to take my shape to there, and yeah, then I think there's a lot possible.
Well, we look forward to seeing it. All the best.
Thank you.
She enjoyed that, Ollie, you can tell.
Like I say, good ride for Puck Peterson. Like I say, another Mesto. Good in the short track with a win, but then the cross country didn't go to plan, so she'll be happy to be back in second position. And like I say, we've got a busy month ahead.
And we talked in Nova Mesto, didn't we, about how mountain biking, unless you're Tom Pidcock, it's not just a case of jumping on the bike and picking up where you left off. And she's had a very, very difficult afternoon, and she'll have known that she rode very, very well.
Yeah, really well from start to finish, and finished strong. Like I say, fastest on that lap 4, but look at Sevilla Blanc as well. Finished strong, fastest on the last lap, but
huge. Well, we can hear from Alessandra Keller now. Third place today for Thomas Maxson. Let's hear from Alessandra.
Alessandra, that was such a crazy race out there. How was it from your perspective?
From my perspective, it was a really good race. So, you know, Leogang before, it never worked out for me. So I tried to just stay calm, focus on myself, and I knew it's such a physical course. Then my start was like okay, but not great. And then I just catched up and rode my race. And, you know, on the last lap, I felt like pressure from behind, but I also felt like Puck is close. So then I was kind of in a sandwich, and that's like the most uncomfortable. But yeah, I had big fights with myself, with the other riders, and yeah, I think it was a very, very good race for me.
Yeah, how do you deal with that difference between looking at where the other riders are and making sure that you're riding your own race?
I think I try to focus on myself, find my own flow, and then I have really good stuff on site, on the track, on the side of the track, and they give me the important information, which is like, yeah, I just relay on them because they know what they need to tell me. And yeah, I just leave it all out there because, you know, as soon as you're in that state of suffering, you can't think too much.
And then how was that new rock garden that they've put in here in Leogang for you in these crazy, treacherous conditions?
Honestly, it's amazing work. I mean, look at this huge, massive rock garden, which is a lot of work, and I much appreciate it because I think it's very interesting for everyone. And I think the even better work is the stuff they put underneath the grass. So it was like a track that was for sure super rideable or good condition rideable also in the wet. So in general, it was a good race, even though, you know, it was still super physical.
Okay, well, go and enjoy that shower. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and see you in Lanzaheide.
Yeah, I mean, it was delivered with a smile there, but see you in Lanzaheide. Keller.
That was said with some intent.
Yeah. Keller maybe quietly making the point that she wants to go a few better places at home in Lanzaheide. Well, we can hear from Sevilla Blanc there will not be a protest we're hearing. She's with Josh.
Sevilla. Sevilla Blanc, drama from the moment you left the start to the finish, and an incredible ride back to 5th place.
Thanks.
How was that out there? I mean, that looked so difficult to recover and get back into your rhythm from the very get-go.
Yeah, it was crazy. Really unfortunate crash. I feel like it was super avoidable. Yeah, I mean, we had like rain at the start, and the first corner was kind of like the short track, super slick. But yeah, I think it was an unnecessary move. I went down super hard, and I was just standing with traffic coming at me, trying to cross to get to my bike. Honestly, I thought my race was over because it was a pretty big slam, but my bike was okay, and I got back on and just like, I think I was like dead last or almost, and just tried to really breathe and just be calm and kind of just assess myself for the next like lap and a half. I don't think I hit my head, but that was like the thing I was thinking about. But I think I kind of protected. So after a lap and a half, the adrenaline was kind of like settling, and I could get into a rhythm, and I knew I had to chase back sooner than later, but also not too fast, because, you know, like if you go too deep on this track in the first half, you can't recover. So I think I played it well, but yeah, I mean, I was thinking my race was over for the first half, and I just like never gave up. And yeah, I'm proud of today, but also pretty disappointed.
An incredibly composed and gutsy ride. Well done.
Thanks.
There it is. So the official word is the team are not going to protest the decision from the chief commissars that there was no action to take after that impact on lap 1 between Jenny Rissveds and Sevilla Blanc. What a race. Sevilla Blanc feeling that was unnecessary move from Jenny Rissveds. Well, we can hear from Nicole Kohler. She's down there now.
Nicole, fantastic ride. Doesn't get much tougher than that.
Oh yeah, I mean, we started in the rain, and now it feels like 25 degrees and the mud is just like sticking on everything. It was wild, but it was pretty much fun as well.
A different type of fun. Tyre choice was a big talking point today. You happy with the setup you went for?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I had a bit of a massive tire on the front to give me the safety in the downhills, and on the back just one that rolled good in the gravel uphill. So it was a perfect setup, and the team and myself did the right choice.
Awesome, congrats.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, clever setup from the Cooler. It's always dramatic in Leogang. A day of battling and recovery for Blanc and Frey, and for a first victory in 2026 from Jenny Risvids. Welcome to Leogang then. We are 9 minutes out for the UCI Cross Country Olympic elite men's race. Charlie Aldridge on the rollers already. Matti Cesaro heading to the call-up pens. And we can hear from the very best ever.
It was nice to see the action from the other side. So yeah.
And with the men's race upcoming, what's your thoughts for that?
Yeah, we have a super strong Swiss team, and also the Scott teams looks really good with Fabio and Filippo doing so well at the moment. And I'm really looking forward to see how this race unfolds. I think now conditions also a bit more stable. So yeah, let's see. But I think now the tire choice is a bit easier.
Big time. Great to see you, mate. Good luck and enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did wonder if Nino Schurter would enjoy being back at a UCI Cross Country World Cup and not racing, but I think he's maybe starting to realise it's much more fun to talk about than to actually be out there suffering. Avendetto might be a course for him today, you know. A lot of climbing out there to be done. Well, Charlie Aldridge of Cannondale Factory Racing is down there warming up. He's with our very own Emma. Let's find out what Charlie makes of it.
Okay, Charlie, so you've spoken a little bit about how you had a bit of a sickness coming out of Nova Mesto. How are you feeling today leading into Leogang?
Yeah, I got ill on the way home from Czech Republic, so bit of a cough, bit of a chest. I'm still coughing up stuff, so I'm not 100%, but I'm gonna give it a go today, as per usual. I had a good race on Friday night. I lasted about 15 minutes and then bonked, so yeah, this one's less intense. So maybe I'll last a bit longer. I've gone for some mud tires, Strawberry Rocket Runners today. Bit of security, keep the average speed up. I don't want to crash. Rather be fit and healthy for next weekend.
Well, we wish you all the best out there. Thanks, Charlie.
Cheers.
Well, a lot of rain earlier today. Looks to stabilise slightly, a bit drier out there. Let's find out what Dario Lillo from Giant Factory Off-Road makes of it. He's down there now.
Okay, Dario, how are you feeling leading in today? Obviously, quite a bit of misfortune on that short track.
Yeah, for sure. It was not what we planned for Friday, but it's part of racing. Yeah, bad luck is part of our sport, but yeah, now I have hopefully good luck for the rest of the season.
And then how are you feeling about the mud today? We know that you love it.
I'm excited. I was every time it started raining today, the smile got a bit bigger, so we'll see. I'm happy.
So we keep doing the rain dance.
We will. It's probably not as much running today as it was in South Korea, but still, like I'm excited for the upcoming race. It will be a bit different with starting a bit further back, but yeah, I'll give it a crack in the first lap, and we'll see what's possible today.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
Dario Lilo, literally smiling his head off down there. Enjoying what he's seeing. We are getting ready to go racing here at the third round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup for the elite men. Joffrey Estape, straight to business, straight to the front row. A lot of people's dark horse for today. Simone Avendetto for Willie Vittoria. Gets ready for a big, big day out here in the hills surrounding Leogang. Zelfelden awaits. Martin Vidari for Specialized. Another rider these conditions will suit really, really well. Told us earlier in the week that he doesn't really see himself as one of this new generation of riders. He's one of the old guard these days. Take that one with a pinch of salt. Pat in the back from Chris Blevins, his teammate. On site today, still recovering. Avendetto on dry tyres, we're hearing from Josh. Vidari's teammate, Adrian Boishy. Plenty of time on the road bike this year. Big old engine on him these days, Boishy. Looking like a dry weather setup in terms of tyres for him. So within 10 minutes of the elite women's race, the heavens emptied here in Leogang, but it has dried up a lot. It's still carnage in the woods, but it always is here. Fabio Puntener for Autriche MTB Racing. On an intermediate tyre, we're hearing. Really is. It's front end grip through the steep stuff that a lot of the elite women seem to be struggling with. Luca Martin for Cannondale Factory Racing. Take Tom Pidcock out of the equation, and they had no answers for this man in Novo Mesto Namarave the last round. Second there. Yet to clock a win in 2026, but as ever with Martin, it will be all action from the get-go. Filippo Colombo relishing his role as a senior rider on Autriche MTB, Swiss national champion. Home race for him next weekend. Might just fancy a big dress rehearsal here today in Austria. The winner of his first ever short track on Friday evening. Last rider to the line, Simon Andreasen for Orbea Fox Factory team. Danish national champion. Can be unpredictable. But on Friday night, he left the rest of them guessing. My name's Rick McLaughlin. I'll be taking you through this race today, and I am joined in the commentary booth by none other than Ollie Beckinsale. Ollie, we've seen this track evolve throughout the elite women's race. What's your read on it now?
It's going to be about as difficult as it gets for these first couple of laps. It's drying out, it's getting sticky. We're going to have a mix of tyres. Tyres are going to be a big thing on this circuit. We've got riders on full mud tyres, we've got riders on dry tyres. We're going to see if it rains, is it going to stay sunny? But one thing is, these climbs are super tough.
Stress levels rising. They are getting ready to go in Leogang. We wait for the lights to go red. And they are off in racing at the third round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup here in Leogang. Luca Martin getting boxed out by Andresen and Vidari off the line as they head up the hill for the first time, and it's a massive coming together. Further back down the order, riders tangled and on the deck.
Oh, it's super sketchy on this first corner as well.
Yeah, it just looks like... Oh my God, his arm's stuck in between the fork and the wheel.
We'll see how much it's drying out now. These riders flying up this mud side.
Riders heading out. A fast start, absolutely crucial here. There is a line forming. Charlie Aldridge buried deep in the pack. Third row for him, needs to get through some traffic.
Last year's winner, now up to fourth position. Keep an eye on him in the red and light blue.
Andre Sink going well, but it's Simon Andresen, fresh from that win on Friday evening with Geoffrey Estape. Luca Martin, who lead them in this man-made rock section. Dario Lillo further back than he'd like in the blue of Giant Factory off-road. And Ollie, it's all about getting some clear air here, isn't it, in front of you, and staying out of the carnage for when they hit the woods proper for the first time.
Got to get onto that first main climb in a good position. Lots of opportunities for accidents and crashes.
Just hate to interrupt you, Josh confirming that. Ryder's arm is stuck under the fork arch. However he's managed that, I've never heard of that. Never say that again. Andre Sink won here last season. Lars Forster won here as well. Always a tough race and a day for the real hard men of cross country. Why is that, Ollie? It's about the climbing, the unpredictability.
It's the hilliest circuit, the hilliest course we have on the circuit. As I said, it's just a combination of the steep climbs, and they're not just long, but they're super steep in sections as well. And then the rooty natural technical descents. Throw in a bit of mud, and it's going to be one for the tough guys.
Well, it's Geoffrey Estape.
Adrian Boischi for Specialized up to second now.
Well, they've unbelievably, they've got his arm out of that bike. How did it happen?
Yeah, just slid forward onto the other rider's bike. Crazy.
His arm is stuck in there. It is Andre Eriksson, whose arm got stuck in between the fork arch and the tyre. I assumed we weren't seeing it because he was badly injured as a result, but up and riding again.
Bonkers.
You ever seen that?
Not in too much distress, thankfully, but...
Oh, I'd be roaring. I would be roaring like a bull. You'd hear me across the other side of the valley, but... Meanwhile, back at the front of the race is the Spanish rider from BH Coloma, Geoffrey Khalil Estape.
Yeah, another rider. Keep an eye on Andresen, but following him, the American Bjorn Riley was so good, rolling around in the top six in Nova Mesto before the rear tyre let go on one of the rock descents, but a rider in form, and he's going to be followed by Martin Azare, Zink, Vidari, Avendetto.
Look at Colombo working hard in there as well.
Dario Lillo now up to 12th as well.
That's Nicholas Schell, the German, involved in that coming together.
Yeah, Lillo with a chain snap in the cross country, in the short tracks, having to stop lower down the grid, but he's made a good start.
Estape leads him up the left line climb for the first time, and they are all still very much together on this start loop.
Yeah, tough climb now. Now they have a bit of recovery. rolls down that flow section, then another steep climb, and then back towards the start-finish.
So Josh is clarifying this a little bit. The bike that his arm was stuck in didn't belong to him, it was the other rider's bike. So once he got the arm free, he jumped back on his own bike and took off, whereas the other rider is now out of the race, unfortunately. Shell out of this one, but meanwhile, Estape having a good start here, Ollie.
Yeah, he's off to a flyer.
What is your read on it? It's a long old race here in Leogang. Is this a
Yeah,
bike?
he's going at it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a couple of really steep pitches. This is the first one, second one before the most rutted descent. But yeah, looking strong. Colombo looking good as well. And there's 10, 12 riders that could all be in a shout of taking the win in this one in my book. And
Schwarzbauer in there as well.
Yeah, Charlie Aldridge just coming through about 20th position.
Matthias Flukiger there, former winner here as well.
You see Aldridge in the British Champs top, just rolling through. Didn't have the best of short tracks, a bit of illness after the Novomesto race, so building back up through. But
a word on the rider currently in 5th position, Luca Martin as well. As I said, as he came to line, you take Tom Pidcock out of that race in Novomesto Namarave, no one had an answer for what Martin was putting down.
No, Martin, 2 seconds at the start of the season.
Look at the time, man!
Really good start, and the way he came through last year with a win. Yeah, we've got a chain off. Anton Cooper. Yeah, chain off for Cooper there. So chain break, sorry. As all the riders drop down the big four cross, but it's still Kalel Estape leading through, followed by Boashi, Martin, Andreasen, Riley Erzaro in the orange as well. But the way that Riley's kind of come into this season, a great under-23 alongside Riley Omos, Luca Martin, but last year struggled a little bit, but he's absolutely flying into this year.
This is a powerful front group here. Boashi, I said at the top of the show, a lot of time on the road bike for Boashi so far this season, so his engine will be well matched to this course in Leogang.
Yeah, and you see his big, strong group, and this is the longest climb. It starts off on the grass, then into this long forest where we go through a time check. But just when you think you've crested it, it keeps going up through the woods and all the way to the top. Then it goes into an undulating section before that first really steep descent.
Yeah, it was just before you rejoined the commentary booth, we got to hear from Nino Schurter down on the start-finish line, and it was a lovely moment because it was the realization of it's a lot more fun to talk about these things than to be lining up for one. Good to see Nino back in the UCI World Cup family this weekend. First one he's come to since retiring at the end of last season.
Yeah, a couple of riders to keep an eye on as well. Matthias Flukinger and Lars Forster, the Thomas Maxson pairing. Both winners here in the past. They're drifting on their way back through, and just in the team to see them in the red with the white sleeves coming through.
Andreasen, Azaro, and this is very much about keeping your nose clean, I guess, Ollie, staying out of trouble but staying at the front.
If you're in that front group of 10 on this sort of circuit, it's a bit less stress than, say, like Novomesto, for example, with those really big rock features.
This is the climb that we will use for the sector analysis. 286 metres long, height difference of 45 metres. It is a good pull up here. Yeah, it's a big one. And this is the problem now. I was about to say we're going to see this.
Freudl just making some mistakes there.
This is the problem, what we could see through the descents as well. That's why you want to be at the front, because it's so easy to get held up by a rider in front. Clever from Freudl that, though, going up the A-line.
But there will be bigger time gaps on this sort of circuit than you will get in another Mesto, for example. So
it's a horrible little merge back in. You sort of T-bone if there's a rider in front of you when you come up that little A-line climb.
See Luca Schwarzbauer doing that little A-line on the inside, making it work for him. Now we're into the undulating, and then it turns left really steep. I think the gnarliest section on the course. A lot of off-camber and sketchy little roots and rocks just as we drop in now.
Yep, man in the front at the minute, Estape, 18th last time out in Novomesto Namarave, but this little section is going to be crucial, Ollie.
Yeah, and you see Bjorn Riley just going down now. The roots and the rocks are all on nasty little angles as you do that little ledge.
Hard to do in traffic.
Punten going down.
Punten just slid out, manages to get himself out of the way quite quickly. Runs down the B line, rejoins in front of the Thomas Maxon rider.
Yeah, good recovery from Punten.
Good awareness, yeah.
For too long then.
I mean, better to crash at the top of that than halfway through it. I guess would be the optimist point of view on it.
But the course is drying out really quickly at the moment compared to the women's race that started in the rain. Sun coming down.
And it is so unpredictable here. We've had a week of rain.
We saw then Andreasen did let the wheel go. Zara was quickly past him, closing the gap.
Estape still at the front of this. Martin warming into it though behind Boischi. A Boischi-Martin battle will be just the thing today. Descent used for sector analysis here. 193 metres long. 51 metres. Oh, Andreasen, bike just straightened up on him there. Here's this really steep rutted section.
Yeah, this is causing a bit of carnage in the women's race. Zara dropping in there super quick and using it to close the gap.
Riders cutting over. Oh, you can see. Oh, Colombo. Nearly got too big a bite of cherry there.
I was just about to say he had a nice little line on the inside and then gets spat sideways. And it's caused a few issues. You see just, I think he might have lost a chain or something. We see at the bottom end, in the red Swiss Champs top.
Bottom left-hand side of your shot there, pulling over to one side. As they head into the rock section for the first time. All the riders taking the A-line. Oh, big moment for Boischi in the middle of it.
Boischi having to do a little bench press moment then just to keep it on track.
Azaro looking good though. It's a really strung out already on the end of the start look.
I saw a little Insta clip in the week of him going through that first section. And the boy's rapid.
Well, he's going to lead them at the end of the start loop. The big Spaniard looking good. Meanwhile, Martin and Boischi looking around. Azaro's with them as well, as is Bjorn Riley. 3 French riders and an American rounding out the top 5. The end of the start loop. Big lap here in Leogang.
And there's Filippo Colombo coming through, just coming through the start-finish. He's just checking his elbow out, and I think maybe get himself going again. I think he saved it, but then went down just out of shot.
Yeah, there's a bit of dirt on the right shoulder, so I think Colombo has been down, you know. And maybe clipped the tree, but he was on the wrong side of the track for that, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Aldridge coming through, 26th position, but 40 seconds down. And it's the hills combined with the mud that are just splitting this pack apart. And there we go, front group of 5 now.
And still,
but look at Bjorn Riley just floating up the outside, looking comfortable in this group.
I was going to say, it's still Khalil Estape who's driving it at the front. Boischi, I think clever riding from the rest of them here. Ollie, they're happy to let the Spaniard do it.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough race. 6 laps around here. The hilliest course on the circuit.
Bjorn Riley just getting the front of that Scott into a bit of clear air as they head up the rock section. Gets himself a nice entry in there.
Yeah, new section for this year, and the course designers here at Leogang have done a fantastic job. New rock gardens, but also on the grass sections. Underneath the grass, they've dug it all up, they've laid a meshing down below to try and give it some grip in the mud.
And now it's Boischi to the front.
Yeah, Josh, who is in the rock garden at the moment, just saying Bjorn Riley considerably faster than the other riders. So, you know, when you're comparing that to an Azara, Luca Martin, that's some compliment.
Yeah, Bjorn Riley second place now behind Boischi. Azaro moving up as well. Estape in trouble after that really fast start loop. Shuffle to the back of this group now. And there's plenty of firepower at the front of this one.
Yeah, it's great to see Boischi hitting the front.
So there is a gap of 7 seconds or so before Max Feudal, Martin Vidari, Simonev and Detto. Luca Brido is quite high up in 9th as well. We know that he can go long in a race as well, Brido.
Adrian Boischi combining the mountain bike for Specialized with a road program. for Redboat Bora Hansgrohe. So
look at the time, man!
He's going to have that road stage race engine, and we know he can climb. And
yeah, rated by all his Specialized Racing teammates as the most competitive out of all of them, Boishy. And we're really yet to see that statement elite level ride from him. Was good in Brazil at the start of last year, Boishy. But I mean, it's a competitive roster on the Specialized squad.
Yeah, talking of Specialized, that second group, Martin Vadare looking good. Big, strong second group. Feudal, Vadare, Avendetto, Bredo, and Dario Lilo coming through too.
Boishy leading them up the lift line climb then. And this climb, absolutely merciless. Well, get your phone out, that QR code, vote for the best XC rider off the round, powered by Gobic. The winner of that will be presented with a jersey at the end of the race. And there's some big contenders already in the hat after that short track on Friday night. But this is why we selfishly love this climb, Ollie, because you get to see those gaps as they stand on the road.
Savage section, this one. It steepens just slightly towards the top.
It feels like it gets longer as you go up it. It's bizarre, because the average speed starts to go down and you have to go fight the whole way up it.
Boishy making good work of that one. Then you're into this flow track section, carry some good speed, an opportunity for a little bit of recovery.
But then it punches again, doesn't it? Really, really savage climb after this little flow track section that they're into now.
It's Max Feudal from KTM leading that second group.
Dario Lilo currently in 10th, round 1 winner for Giant Factory Off-Road Team. We heard from him at the start of the race, said he would like it wetter, actually.
Yeah, you see the mud and Filippo Colombo. You see the blood coming off his elbow.
Yeah, he's in a bit of bother. Colombo crashed on the start loop, currently in 14th.
Yeah, he was in a good position. After the back of that really steep mud section, we saw him getting flicked down. I think it was just after that on the gravel that he went down, and yeah, big slap.
Yeah, if it wasn't for bad luck, he'd have absolutely no luck at all, Colombo. There's Boishy at the front, though.
Really punchy climb up here. You see all the riders out the saddle. They've got good grip here, so they can use their body weight really lean, use the upper body to get a bit of power as well. Dario Lilo looking strong. Look at him seated at the moment, rolling up through. Fabio Puntner on the outside.
Any day you're forcing Puntner to get out of the saddle to get past you, you know you've got the legs. There's Andre Sink, winner here last year. Debut win at 35 years young. Colombo with them now, but you can see that elbow leaking a bit.
Look at the time, man!
Big crash.
Josh reported in, apparently Colombo, the entire right side of his body cut up. I thought for half a lap there, Estape was in trouble, but he seems to have
he's cool.
Recovered.
Really good start from the BH rider. You see, he let it out, got himself out of trouble, and he's in the back of this group, and he's got the luxury of now just sitting on the back.
Boishy, Azaro, Riley, Martin, Estape. Look at that for a shot down through the Leogang bike park here. 5th time we've been here for cross-country racing.
But Boishy is pushing on. This is some pace he's setting.
And we have, I mean, with casting aspersions, we have seen Boishy do this in the past where he almost burns himself out.
You know, we know he's got an engine and he's got the potential. He's a younger rider coming up through, but under 23 world champion in the past. And it's these sort of circuits, really good climber, suits the slightly lighter riders. Especially with this first climb, climbing 48 meters height, which is, you know, for a mountain bike, modern mountain bike circuit climb, that's on the chunky side. A lot of the races now, shorter, sharper climbs, which a more powerful rider are better at, but
Boishy
here, it keeps dragging.
An unbelievable bike handler in the descents as well, not scared. Big under 23 career behind him. Azaro, though, keeping him honest here, but you can see Boishy seated and Azaro out the saddle, really having the battle to live with him.
That pace of Boishy is just splitting this front group.
It's almost wristbids like.
Yeah, Stape's the first victim. He's been spat out the back.
Yeah, no thanks. There's Dario Lilo. Lucas Schwarzbar in there for Canyon as well.
Last year's winner, Andre Zink, coming through 12th. Colombo.
There's the battered and bruised Colombo, yeah. Front of this one, extremely fast from the off.
You see the gaps already. 30 seconds, 40 seconds.
There's Riley Amos on the Trek on broken bike.
Yeah, Joshua DeBow, 26. Good start to the season so far.
Here we go. Boishy at the front. I said he was a good descender.
Azaro starting it up.
Bjorn Riley, these lads may as well be down the local trail centre. But we always say all the fast is fun. And with this new generation of cross-country riders, that's what this looks like.
But the key is these guys are so good on this section that they're recovering. The heart rate is dropping whilst they're doing this.
How this sport has changed in the last 20 years. Unbelievable, really, isn't it?
I'd have been hanging on for dear life. Dead sailor on every jump. Now these guys are just flowing through.
Saddle up around the back of your head. But at the front, not so much style on these climbs, but plenty of horsepower. Adrian Boishy for Specialized Factory Racing, leading the way ahead of one of the real stars of this season so far, Matisse Azaro for Origin. And then it's Bjorn Riley for Scott Schramm and Luca Martin for Cannondale. Top four starting the distance. You can just see Simone Avendetto in the background there as they head into this technical descent. Ollie, I'd call it now. I'll take watching this battle all day long. Those are four exciting riders, unpredictable riders to have at the front here. We could be in for a real treat in Leogang.
100%, and keep an eye on this guy. Fabio Puntner always starts off a little bit steady. Comes through really strong. Did exactly the same in Nova Mesto. Really impressed with Dario Lillo as well. As we see Freudel just struggling a little bit. Lucas Schwarzbauer on the back wheel.
There's Andre Sink getting really low over the top tube of that cube as well. It's so easy to have someone else's crash down here as Colombo continues to battle on. Been in the wars to the crash in the start loop.
Yeah, Lucas Schwarzbauer up to 11th position now. Second position for Schwarzbauer in 23, so a circuit he likes. As we see the damage, look at that, the hip, elbow, blood everywhere. Yeah, look at the mid or center of the screen. See Filippo Colombo dropping down the drop by the green. And then loses it to the outside on this corner. Oh, and the back wheel goes out. It went out of shape right back at the start of this section. Loses it on the corner, goes down hard, and it's that thick gravel there. So has ripped that right side to pieces. He's done the hip, he's done the elbow. You see the blood dropping down through. But yeah, Filippo Colombo after a brilliant short track second position and nightmare start for the cross country. And we go back to Lenzerheide last year where, again in a great position, went absolutely smashed himself to bits.
Yeah, there is, it sounds counterintuitive. If you're new to mountain bike racing, there's never a good place to crash, but there are better places to crash than others, and that was one of the worst ones for Colombo.
But better that than those rocks. They look
yeah,
nasty.
exactly.
One of the longest rock sections I've ever seen. We come down to start-finish section. Boishy getting a couple of meters over Azaro. Martin, Bjorn Riley, and making a front group of four, and it's El Stape leading early on. He got spat.
What's the psychology, Ollie, when you're in a group like this out the front of the race? And I see just Bjorn Riley just gesticulating over to the tech feed zone there. I wonder if he's going to be taking something on or some kind of change. What is the psychology when you're in one of these fast-moving front groups?
Just keep your head down, try not to burn the matches. You know, you're in the right place. So there it's about just being a real cool cat.
Well, at the end of lap one here at the third round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup, we have a very fast-moving group of four riders at the front, three Frenchmen and an American. But oh no, Bjorn Riley, we saw him signaling over to the team, and it's a rear flat for Riley.
So in a reasonably quick change, he's going to come back out in the top 10. Blew that tyre out in Nova Mesto when he was in 5th or 6th position.
Bitterly disappointing at the start of the race for the young American. But Ollie, better to happen now than on the last lap. He's got plenty of race left.
Yeah, and he can now combine himself, hopefully with his teammate Fabio Puntner just in front. He hasn't lost too much time there. But these things will happen. They happen in mountain bike, but they're definitely going to happen in a circuit like this.
Yeah, big moment for Bjorn Riley. We see Filippo Colombo's right-hand side here, battered, bloodied, bruised, and Ollie, in terms of pain, the adrenaline will take him so far, won't it, before that all starts to ache?
I think that's what they're only going to feel later on this evening. At the moment, he's up, he's fully into the race.
See him just adjusting the shoes.
Sometimes you get an issue, it looks like it's okay, but they have those BOA systems. Sometimes if you slap off, the foot scrapes, and you know, we see it a lot in cyclocross racing. Guys have it off and will break the shoes, but it looks like he's in one piece, and hopefully just well, it looks like just a bit of bark.
Yeah, we had a group of 4 at the front. These 3 French riders had Bjorn Riley with them, but Riley suffered a rear flat, and now Jordan Sarrou in for a wheel change as well. Oh, it's a nightmare for Jordan Sarrou. Can't do anything.
Yeah, Jordan Sarrou, a crash in the short track.
Yeah, mechanic having to get the Ouagadougou out.
Avendetto, look at him on the charge.
Yeah, he's a rider that we talked about earlier on the day, as maybe this is a day for him, and he's heading towards this front group.
Commentated on the European Championships 2 years ago, which Avendetto won in hilly conditions in the mud, and he was so good in the muddy tech. He's closed that gap really quick. That was 10 seconds at the start-finish. He's rolled back on one main climb. He's working for it. You see the pain on his face, but he's closed that gap quick.
Yeah, Azaro, really strong short track start to the year for him. Looking to transfer that form in the cross-country Olympic, as we see Simone Avendetto of Willier Vittoria join that front group, make it a 4-ball again. I tell you, Bjorn Riley currently 8th position, 24 seconds off the lead, so not insurmountable, but they are pushing on here at the front.
Yeah, Zara, a winner of 2 short tracks this year, but not across country, and he's had some bad luck.
Yeah, we saw
bad decisions, and sometimes he just needs to put it all together. You know, put money he's going to win a cross-country race at some point this season, but easier said than done.
Yeah, and I mean, I know it was a short track, but any rider who can say that they've beaten Tom Pidcock bar to bar, as he did in the short track in Novo Mesto Namarave, big fella in his cap. Vidare currently in 5th, the Chilean national champion, 12 seconds off the lead.
Yeah, and then it's Puntner, Lilo and Bjorn Riley after that flap. Yeah, good solid group. And I say Puntner's a good wheel to follow. He always finishes strong in the race, and we've got a lot of racing left to go.
Filippo Fontana through in 13th, Yuri Zanotti in 14th, Matisse Gay in 15th. Pace really high, Ollie.
Yeah, they've gone out hot. I thought there was that early pace, first Astape and then Washi. Now Azaro's gone to the front, taking it on. It's one rider after other, and they're all pushing.
Yeah, zone 5 for Luca Martin. Dropped back into zone 4 there as he went up that little punch, 179 beats per minute. This is the new face of cross-country Olympic distance racing, isn't it?
They've gone out the way they've gone out for, well, it was Astape went out really hard. He paid the price for it, but these guys have then got over the top. The gaps are big, and they've put on the pressure from day one. And on a course like this, where it's so intense, you do get some chance for recovery, but these steep climbs, you're going to be deep into that zone 5.
This is, as I say, the new face of this sport, of just the young riders coming through and riding cross-country Olympic races like their short track races. Watch these guys through here now, through the bike park section.
Yeah, and the BT before from Martin Vidare just saying these, I wouldn't call him an old guy, but he called the young group of riders, your Martin, your Dario Lillo, they don't rest. They just go at it, rev and rip.
I did enjoy that VT where Martin Vidare said that the young guys, they can waste energy by trying to get past people, and that's not what he likes to do, and that was very much, he kind of invented that. Maybe said with his tongue in cheek slightly. Maxi Marotte alongside the track as ever, roaring Matisse Cesaro. I'm sure they've got 2 or 3 clones now of Maxi Marotte. He seems to be in every camera shot these days in the orange jacket for Origin Racing Division. What a signing Matisse Cesaro has been for them. Got to work with him, of course, got to ride with him at Decathlon Ford. And when he set the new team up. There you go, Charlie Aldridge. Yeah, I did say that this sport has changed a lot. You ever throw a toboggan in the middle of a race?
No, I didn't even throw a toboggan on a ski trip. Never mind in a mountain bike race. You know what I mean? It's another level, these guys now.
You've done me with that. Charlie Aldridge. He did that at the front of the Olympic race at Paris. At it again here. Not at his best today. Still recovering from a bit of illness. The big Scot. He's currently in 33rd. But style for miles.
Impressive. That climb from Simone Avendetto made a really big effort to get back on the wheel, but that's allowed him to sit on the back and get a little bit of recovery, a little bit of slipstream.
So we've got 4 riders in the top 10. Excuse me.
Andre Zink coming through. The winner here last season.
Getting congested back there, isn't it? 4 riders in the current top 10 are previous elite level cross-country Olympic winners, all single race victories. Vidare, Lillo, Martin and Sink. There's Colombo. Behind him.
Yeah, and it's amazing in this newer generation, I think it's the post-Nino generation where it's so open. We've got 4 riders in the front 10 that have won a World Cup. They've only won 1 each. It's really spread apart now. There's a number of races we had. Nino versus Absalon, Nino's versus Matej Flückinger, where you kind of could decide it was going to be won by a couple of riders, but here I think you could always pick 10 from this men's field that have got their hands up for a win.
And that's why we love it. We sit down at the start of every race these days in both the elite women's and the elite men's field with no idea who's going to take the win. The form guide's been thrown out the window for a sport that for so long was dominated by 2 or 3 riders. There's now pick a winner.
In Val d'Isole last year when Vidare won, going into the last lap there was a group of 8 and only one of them had won a World Cup before, and it was just like there was all these new guys coming through, throwing their hat in the ring. We've got an Avendetto coming through. You know, Luca Martin flew to the front last year. Vidare.
22 seconds back, Vidare, but we know that he's got an engine that could see him arrive at the front later in the day. Bjorn Riley's recovered really well from that flat.
That second group, Vidare, Puntner and Riley, they could still have something to say in this race. They're only 20 seconds off. They've started well. And Puntner, he's generally the strongest rider in the back end of the race. That's a really strong group.
Dario Lillo trying to get on the back of those 2 Scotch Ram MTB riders. Avendetto, maybe a bit more classical, let's say, in approach than the 3 riders in front of him. Very much an old school climber, Ollie.
Yeah, him, Avendetto and Luca Brido, very much, like you say, of that climber sense. But Avendetto, he's fast through this tech.
Azaro, really fast through there. Mark Beaumont, my downhill partner in crime, has just texted in from home to say he really enjoyed your toboggan joke.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Huge.
He's my demographic that I'm aiming for.
Well, the front 4, still Azaro, Boischet, Martin, Avendetto. 4 riders at the front of this one.
But look at this section here. You come straight off that techie descent, you turn, and then you're into this first gear, wallop, straight up the hill, get to the top. turn back on yourself, then into more tech. It's just never ending.
Speaking of downhill as well, they really have done, the organisers and the track team, they've done with this cross-country racetrack what they do with a downhill track, in that they add what feels like really big features like this rock section, but they still maintain the essence of what this track is all about. It's a very delicate balance.
They've kept the hills, but they've added a bit of tech. They've mixed it up a bit. They've put some steeper sections in. They've made it all, even in the worst conditions, all still rideable. That's a good corner. That little berm, and Avendetta, we saw that in the short track.
Using it as a really good springboard onto the start-finish straight. So they head on to lap 3 out of 6.
But what a front group.
Yeah, they're moving out there. Vidare is in 5th position, and he's 27 seconds off the lead.
There we go, all the riders coming through this feed now. They can grab a gel, grab some water. We see Luca Martin just having, it looks like he's grabbing a gel off a bottle as well. In the second group, 30 seconds, it's holding firm. But I'm so impressed with Dario Lillo, not just coming out and winning that first race, but how he's backed it up.
Yeah, and he seems just very content and confident, doesn't he? Just seems like the real deal all of a sudden. We talked a bit earlier on today about Zina Fry. There's a step change, there's a confidence that just comes with that bit of maturity, and Lillo has that.
And just for talking, look at Boashi up the outside.
Up the outside of Azaro, no easy feat.
And I think Azaro just backed off a little bit, and I think for Boashi, they have this front group of 4, only 30 seconds behind, and they'll be able to see them on this section. There's another really strong group. I think Boashi, it's getting a bit greasy.
So this is this new section where they've added a lot of matting underneath the mud to support it, but that mud's been washed off during the elite women's race, and it's very, very, let's say, low traction out there. Azaro surviving one.
I think the men are having slightly easier conditions than the women raced in. The women raced from full rain, and it was drying out during the race. So really changeable conditions. The men, it's been a bit more stable.
We're seeing this group being hurt here by the attacks. Really attack, just added pressure. There's another Maxi Marot there. Adrian Boashi at the front, and he's hurting them here, Ollie.
And it's Avendetta. You had to do a really big effort to get back on this group, and this isn't an attack by Boashi. It's more of just a little punch to the ribs, just a softener.
Just a softener. Yeah, this one's shaping up really, really nicely. Bjorn Riley, who had to get a flat tyre change, who was in his front group, currently in 7th, 31 seconds back off the lead. So this is what they'll have been wanting to do as a front 4, to keep working together.
And we see in that back group now, Vidare, we've made one big group with Bjorn Riley and Fabio Puntana. Dario Lillo just that little bit further back. They're chasing, but it's that 30 seconds still at the moment to this group coming through now.
And it is a strong group. It is a strong 4. 2 Scotch Ram MTB riders. Martin Vidare for Specialized, Dario Lillo for Giant.
And it's interesting to see it. It went back to 23 seconds. When Boashi hit the front and started to push on the pressure, it went up by 10 seconds straight away.
Yeah. Luca Martin just taking a drink, then jettison some liquid, getting some weight off the bike for this big lift line climb. That's the margins we're talking about in 2026.
And like I said, more elevation on this circuit than any others, and that the weight of the rider, the weight of the bike makes a really big difference on these climbs, especially on this one. It's just a straight up,
and
straight up 1 in 8 ramp.
What a time for cross-country bike fans as well. We're living in a proper arms race here, aren't we? We have the new Scott launch that Josh is on. We're constantly on course at the minute. We've got the new Specialized Epic 9s out there, that Origin. But Azaro's on's a lovely looking machine as well.
Yeah, Cannondale's chatting to the manager, Phil Dixon, running a prototype fork, new lefty fork. They're all trying to make the bikes more like trail bikes at the same time, taking weight off them as well. And
it's funny, isn't it? Because the weight sort of gallered for a few years there, and the feeling was that making the bike faster in descents was all important, and it was worth sacrificing weight. But now it feels like a step change where bikes have gone from 11-ish kilograms down to a number that begins with 8 all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's weight coming off. All these bikes are all going on a bit of a diet, but the big thing is the technicality of the courses now and keeping the bikes. We're getting slacker head angles. Everyone seems to be running 120s. Travel now, bigger tyres, and
yeah, on Le Mans 24-hour weekend, also on TNT Sports, where
this is the 5th cross-country World Cup. He's had 2.
179 beats per minute for Luca Martin. 16.2 on the strain gauge already on lap 3 out of 6. That number goes to 21. So Ollie Martin, we know that he goes deep early. That seems to be.
But I think Martin's getting squeezed by Boischi and Azaro. I think they've got the slightly better climbing legs at the moment, and he's just getting squeezed every time it goes up the steepest climbs.
I was just about to ask you as well. Boischi seems to have been in the front for quite a long time now. Are you surprised about how long he's been out there?
Boischi's just comfortable on those climbs at the moment. Azaro was just backing off a bit. Boischi went to the front, and then instantly the gap went up ahead of this group. But you see this group's coming back, and Zig's coming strong. Mathias Fluckinger's coming through as well. David Liss, Schwartzbauer's doing the best ride of the season so far as well.
Yeah, Boischi still in the lead. Boischi doing Boischi things. 35 seconds is the gap between the race leader and the rider in 5th at the front of this group, Fabio Puntener. So it's working for Adrian Boischi so far.
Yeah, but good conditions for Mathias Fluckinger. Won on this circuit twice in the past. Likes mud, likes climbs.
Yeah. Thunder, lightning, hailstones. He would have it tougher if he could.
Look at the pace of Boischi just tapping away. The longest climb. This is the sector that we're doing the analysis on. You see that gap just appearing through the mud section. A couple of meters. Martin just losing the wheel a little bit.
Martin not looking as punchy as we've seen him. I mean, everything's relative, but
this is the longest climb.
Yeah.
This is the one where it's just power to weight. Boischi's in his element. He can just tap out a rhythm. Martin is.
Vidari's looking good here, you know. Rider, third rider in your shot now.
He's got great wheels to follow here. With Puntener, Puntener's got the big engines for the climb. Bjorn Riley's got the fastest tech skills on the descents.
They've lost 2 seconds, though, since the last time check, this group on the front of the race. So Boischi is keeping things moving.
And here we go, that gap, that's extending now to Luca Martin. Adrian Boischi and Azaro out the saddle attacking on these steep climbs.
I did say Martin looked like he wasn't comfortable at the base of that climb, and the front 2 are riding away from the riders in 3rd and 4th at the minute.
And this climb, you have a little lull now, but then it goes steeper again, and it keeps going up in steps all the way to the top. Really tough.
Boischi and Azaro. I mean, I feel like we've said this 3 or 4 times this year already, but Azaro's riding a very clever race here.
Yeah, he's smart. He's letting Boischi take the turn at the front, just sitting on the wheel.
Rolls through nicely. Luca Martin can stretch those legs out before the last little punch to the top of this climb.
Small mistake there from Adrian Boischi, and it just allowed Luca Martin to get back onto the wheel. So a little bit of a lifeline there.
Boischi, Azaro, Martin, Avendetto. This is the front of the race, the 3rd round of the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup. The elite men on track here in Leogang, and about to crest the toughest climb possibly on the world circuit.
Yeah, physically this is the toughest race going.
Yeah.
You know, you've got steep climbs. This is a really long climb and a big pull up to the top.
Lap 3 out of 6. It's being led by Specialized Adrian Boischi.
Yeah, and Sink's dragging that group back.
Andre Sink, winner here, of course, last season, 35-year-old. His debut win, fairy tale story. Bjorn Riley, rider on the left ear shot now, was with this front group and then had a puncture early on, had to come in to change a wheel, and is now working his way to the front of the chase group. There's Mathias Flukiger, 120 career starts for him today. What an achievement.
Wow. Yeah, and a chunk of wins in there as well. So 2 of them on this circuit in Leogang.
Yeah, likes it round here. You can see Filippo Fontana doing things the hard way up the A-line, slots in nicely. Stabs a foot to get it round, but no harm done now. Bjorn Riley, I wonder, is he going to use Fabio Puntener as a bit of a backstop to get up the road here?
Yeah, Riley was really good on that climb before, just on the inside, managed to find some extra grip on the grass and carrying good speed.
Andre Sink looking really good. Spent some time on the road bike himself. Andre Sink took on the Tour de France, of course.
Yeah, held the polka dot jersey for a period of time in that race, so strong on the climbs. And if you're going to be strong on the climbs, the Leogang circuit is the one to take on. And we see Zink just having a problem actually, slapping off on that climb.
Manages to get away with it.
Hey, rider coming back through and recovering. Filippo Colombo in the red Swiss Champs top.
Yeah, and I tell you,
14th position.
Tell you who we haven't seen, Ollie, but who is on our timing screen as dead last, Simon Andreasen, the winner of the short track on Friday evening. We'll get you an update on him when we can get it.
Yeah, we're looking now, Matthias Zink having a problem on that descent. It's Flukinger now takes on that group, rolling up into 9th position.
Love to see Matthias Flukinger in action. One of the most competitive guys out there. Great to watch in the mud.
Yeah, looking at 12th at round 2, so slightly slower start to season, but you will build. You build up through the season, very good at calculating, super experienced, like you say, 120 race starts. Always rapid on these descents.
Lap 3 is about to turn into lap 4. Half race distance. And still Adrian Boischi in front of this group of Azzaro, Martin and Avendetto. Ollie, is Boischi doing too much work here on the front?
No, I think Boischi's just doing a good race. On this circuit, there's very little slipstreaming going on. We've got about 20 metres of flat on the whole thing. And I think just being at the front, staying out of trouble. And what you can do, if Boischi's got the best legs, he can just keep squeezing. And it's these little body blows, waiting for that penultimate lap when you can actually start going for the win.
They had it in the tech feed zone. Boischi takes a drink. And heads back out into the second half of this one, where anything could and probably will happen. There's a Scott Schramm pairing of Riley, Puntener. They've got Martin Vidare with them, trying to get back across the gap.
But that gap's going out. It's just under 30 seconds at the last lap, so lost a little bit of time to that front group. Yeah, about 18 seconds, that front group, and it was the pace of Boischi on that middle section of the climb that just pulled it out a little bit. The good ride, German champ, Luca Schwarzbauer coming through. He's now moved ahead of Dario Lillo. Colombo coming through as well, 13th position. Yeah, good recovery by Filippo Colombo, that crash on the first lap.
Yep, he's jettisoned the eyewear as well. Riley Amos across the line in 15th, Yuri Zanotti in 16th. Behind them, Vital Alban, Marcel Guerini, and Andre Sink's got a puncture. I was just about to say, what's Sink doing back there? Front four doing well not to get tangled up in amongst those rocks, but that's a bitter disappointment for Andre Sink.
And we saw him running that last climb. The rear tyre must have let go. And he's nursed it down. He was rolling through, just coming onto the back of that second group.
Yeah, I wonder if he's on an insert. If he's got something inside the tyre to keep the wheel up just to get you back, but...
Yeah, it's a gutter, that one.
Yeah, really, really disappointed with that. Well, Bjorn Riley had one earlier on and has got himself back in the action, so Sink has less race to play for in that prototype cube, but mechanics staying calm. Looks to be a decent change so far if they can get that axle back in. Sink taking on fluids, just about all he can do before they get him back underway again.
Yeah, Sink experienced enough, know not to stress, use it to your advantage. Get some energy drink, just chill out, let the heart rate drop before you go again.
On the rare occasions that we saw that. Meanwhile, at the front, though, Azzaro now. Azzaro attacking off the front, and it's distancing Avendetto.
Yeah, and Luca Martin swinging a bit here. He's responding, but he's finding this pace harder for Zaro, and
Boissy almost half-wheeling him, saying, you're going to have to go more than that, son, to get rid of me.
And I think Zaro and Boissy will be aware that Martin is losing the wheel a little bit.
Yeah, but Avendetto looks like just taking a drink. That might be enough for him today.
Yeah,
he's got more track to play with, though, Ollie. He knows that if these three get tangled up and racing each other, he could get back towards the front. But
there comes a point when you're just like, you've got to make a call whether you're going to roll the dice and go with the front three or just ride your own race and see how it pans out. And Devon has made that call just to ride his own climb, lock into his own pace.
But there is a visual on that. Avendetto did not have an answer for that attack at all. Just decided to take a bottle instead.
There we go, fastest riders, Estafe, Avendetto, and Avendetto pulling back through. Like I said, he slightly slower short track and start left him further down the back.
But this is big from Azzaro. We said the last lap that Azzaro had sat in for a bit, but he's clearly having a good go at the front here.
Oh, you see the pain, the grimace.
That is, like, look at the distance they put into him, even up the top half of that climb. Avendetto now, 9 seconds back off the lead, and just like that, 4 becomes free.
And the pace of Azzaro, you see the gap going back to the next group.
Well, look at what the bikes are going through, Ollie. Look how well these modern cross-country bikes work.
Yeah, most use about 120 mil of travel, but that only goes so far. The next 200 mil's got to come from your triceps, and you see those guys, Avendetto, all over the shop.
Avendetto riding the bull through the rock garden. Yeah, and this new man-made rock garden, punishing impacts. You can see the chain flailing around. Meanwhile, behind them, Punton are now 51 seconds in 5th place.
That pace of Azzaro. That gap was floating at about 30-40, and now boom,
and
then Martin's gone.
Martin's in trouble here. Azzaro applying the pressure yet again, and it's the French national champion who's trying to find a response at the top of the climb.
And even Boissy looks like he was squealing a little bit. That pace of Azzaro going over the top jettisons the water bottle.
Yeah, but again, though, Boissy, and that is a psychological statement, isn't it, staying that close to a rider who's just attacked. Oh, Boissy rolling through in the front wheel on landing, not scared.
See both the riders there, having a little look over the shoulder.
This is cagey stuff, isn't it?
Yeah. And it'd be interesting on this next main climb, whether Boissy leads it to Azzaro and just follows, or whether he goes over the top.
And Boissy will take confidence from that. He will know if that's everything Azzaro's got. Azzaro standing up again. Boissy, look again, just closes things back up. I mean, Adrien Boissy by no means lacking in the confidence department. 177 beats per minute on the Whoop Live in Zone 4 for Luca Martin. Heart rate at 80 to 90% of what it could be, and looking like all of a sudden Ollie in trouble.
Well, I'd say the signs were there. Martin was just losing a couple of meters here or there and then closing it back. And every time you've got to do that, you just use a little bit of energy. You can only do that so many times before you've got to let the wheel go. We saw Avendetto get dropped first, and it's now Martin who's had to let the wheel go.
There's some wind swirling around here in Leogang at the minute. Will it bring with it some rain for the closing laps? But Boissy had answers for what Azzaro threw at him there, but Luca Martin struggling to come up with them as they hit this big, long... This is miserable for Martin now. This is the last climb he needs on Earth.
Yeah, look at Azzaro all over the bike, full gas, and he's just putting a meter into it. No, again, Boissy responds straight back on. But we did see Luca Martin, another Mesto when Tom picked different circuit.
Yeah.
But when Pidcock attacked, got 10 seconds, I thought Martin was going to get distanced by a minute.
Oh, no. Vidare off the side of the track. That looks like it's been a crash for Martin Vidare. Let's have a look at it. Bjorn Riley reels round the turn. Vidare, just tucks the front end. Big smash for Martin Vidare. Oh, big impact there, Ollie.
Yeah, and he's not happy with himself.
Shaking his head. And that is how quickly we always talk about how quickly a mountain bike race can turn on its head. Vidari in, you can see the elbows all cut up.
Yeah, I think the brake levers had moved as well, so on the handlebar possibly, so.
Yeah, has a look at himself, checks over. Mechanic just asking him, are you okay? Nods. I wonder. You see all the arm.
The elbow as well, gee.
Yeah, the arm really cut up from Vidari after that. It's a really, really hard packed surface. And the bike park gives the marshal a thumbs up, so looking like he's going to return to the fray here. Martin Vidari, but meanwhile, out front, Azzaro and Boischi. 22 seconds now, sorry, 11 seconds. Luca Martin's off the front of the race. Vidari rejoins.
Yeah, and key for Martin, he got distanced just before at the start of this longest climb, and the way that these two are piling on the pressure.
And will they be conscious of that? They know how dangerous Martin is. This isn't a case of who's going to win out the two of them. It's let's distance the Cannondale guy.
100%. I'd be chatting with the other guy, motivating each other, like we've got rid of him. That's 2 down. At the moment, you almost make these almost teammates, like short-term teammates. You're like, right, we've got rid of him, then we're going to scrap it out.
Bit of a distance from Azzaro to Boischi down that descent. Couple of bike lengths opened up.
Yeah, Martin's, he's fighting. I mean, it's the one thing we've already learned about Luca Martin in his young career.
He's got plenty of fight.
He's a scrapper.
Yeah, sometimes you feel like he needs that, though. He needs that carrot to chase. Well, Matisse Azzaro in the orange jersey of Origin is that carrot at the minute. He's got Adrian Boischi welded to his back axle on the Specialized.
Azzaro, both these guys are looking so good, calm, no stress. It's when you see a rider looks like they're doing a fast practice lap. That's when you know they're on it. Looks like Martin's regrouped, holding at 11 seconds.
Without any spoilers, we did see Puck Peterson manage that in the elite women's race. Just, that's a nice straight line all the way through there for Adrian Boischi. That'll do. We saw Puck Peterson in the elite women's race come good towards the end, so it can happen.
Yeah, that rutted descent, bang, straight into first gear.
I'm loving that from Boischi, you know, big straight line. That is really, really clever riding and good wet weather riding.
Yeah, good section up for Boischi. Carried really good speed out the ruts into the climb.
Tell us what Azzaro is feeling whenever you've got a rider who just will not leave you alone.
Yeah.
You keep on punching and they're still there, they're still there. Does that take its toll psychologically? They're going to come out very, very close together here.
Look at Boischi on the inside.
Into the lead of the race through the beeline section.
For both these riders, I know each other well. You do a lot of a national team. You always know your compatriots better than anybody else, and a lot of time at World Championships, training camps, so they'll know each other's strengths and weaknesses.
Adrian Boischi leads them on to the penultimate lap. Where's Luca Martin come from? Luca Martin.
Luca Martin has just taken 7 seconds out of these boys.
In one descent. That is modern cross-country racing for you. It was looking dead and buried at the start of that lap.
It was when Luca Martin won his first World Cup in Leger, when he did Luca Brido. The speed he was doing those descents when he had to let it go.
Unbelievable.
What a descent by Luca Martin.
The last time we had a French 1, 2, 3 in elite men's cross country, Le Brest 2016, Absalon, Maxi Marot, Victor Koretsky that day. Marot, the team manager, the rider currently in second position, Matisse Azzaro. And just like that, Ollie, Luca Martin back in action.
Fair play to Luca Martin, just when I think the guy's done.
What does that do to the two riders who've just spent a lap and a half trying to get rid of him?
The other thing that Luca Martin knows is he's got that in his pocket.
Yeah.
And it also is the last descent to finish.
This is an absolutely intriguing installment of elite level men's cross country Olympic World Cup racing. Bjorn Riley in 5th place behind Simone Avendetto. Big gap between them, but not undoable.
Yeah, Filippo Fontana, fantastic 8th position. Great to see Schwarzbauer, ride of his season so far, 9th for the German champ. Matthias Flucking, a 2-time winner in Leogang, up into 10th position now. Dario Lillo, Filippo Colombo, big off in that first lap. Holes in his hip and his elbow. Riley Amos coming through now as well, 13th position.
Washi just having a little look over Azzaro. And look at Martin just standing up and just rolling onto the back wheel. Look how hard he's having to work. Straying 18.3 now out of 21 on lap 5 out of 6. 175 beats per minute on the Whoop Live.
That descent though, the fact that Luca Martin got back on would have stressed the front two.
Martin rolls past Boischi.
Look at this. Completely come off the gas, had a little lull.
Jordan Sarou.
Titouan
Titouan Carot has called it a day. Titouan Carot just still struggling to get back to form.
So it's interesting, Azzaro looked at Boischi to take control and take the lead. Boischi was like, nah, I'm not having it.
Not on lap 5 out of 6. You have a go yourself, mate. This is fascinating stuff. And we know as well that Luca Martin, let's be polite and say he runs hot.
Yeah.
He's an emotional young man. Likes to make his presence felt, and he will be doing so in this group.
But he's got the confidence, you know, he got gapped, he got back on.
You couldn't beat me, I'm back.
Sun riding by Luca Martin.
Yeah, and this, tell you what, this is a big test for Matisse Azzaro. Needs to keep cool here. Look, again, they're refusing to come past. Look at this, almost at a standstill at one point there. No, you can go up that climb first.
Avendetto now 14 seconds back.
Yolanda Neff at the side of the track shouting encouragement at her teammate Luca Martin. Wants to watch that electrical fence there to her, in front of her, Yolanda, but Azzaro up out of the saddle on this climb, and now Avendetto, is he going to come back in the picture? It is a bit deceiving, this angle.
Yeah, 14 seconds back. Then it's David List, Decathlon Ford Racing Team, 5th position. Bjorn Riley, they're 44 seconds back. Then Fabio Puntana.
Azzaro, Martin, Boischi, 1, 2, 3, 5 laps out of 6 here at the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup, third round of 2026, and we've been treated to a real thriller, Ollie. This one's been impossible to pick a winner out of, but there's been action as well up and down the field.
And quite often you get the hillier races, especially if the conditions are wet, you get big time gaps. But we're not seeing, we've got 3 guys that are literally going at each other. Avendetto's not far off. If you're a little bit further back, David List and Bjorn Riley, they're still in the mix too.
Avendetto pushing on through the PM barrier. Still in 4th place, Avendetto, 19 seconds back off the lead.
Yeah, and then you see, just in the background, still within a minute, David List, Bjorn Riley, Puntana, Filippo Fontana coming through, rolling out into another top 10.
Bjorn Riley, that really distinctive style, sitting up on the bike. Just behind David List, who's having a great race for Decathlon Ford. Riley's in 6th. What could have been for Bjorn Riley today if it hadn't been for that puncture? And now
Azzaro goes again.
Azzaro goes again, and it's Boischi all of a sudden who's in trouble.
You see,
he's been
Azzaro's got the legs, eh?
Azzaro, though, he's been on the front a lot, Ollie, throughout this race, but this is a big attack.
This is full gas, and Martin can't follow.
Boischi goes round the side of Martin. He knows he needs to get up the road and chase down Azzaro.
I say there's the 2 steep sections. That's one, and the second one is before the hairpin, before the drop.
But we know that Martin has that final descent in his back pocket, fastest down there. Boischi still holding the station in 2nd place. That is the same place that gapped him in the last lap as well, wasn't it?
And then you go into the long climb. He held it, and then he used the descent to get back on it. It'd be interesting whether he can do the same again, but I think Azzaro is feeling the strongest of this 3.
As they approach the corner that took out Boischi's teammate Martin Vidare.
But Martin again
just rails it.
On the descent.
I'll tell you what Martin's doing as well is that he's nailing all the backsides of those doubles and the tabletop jumps cleaner than two riders in front of him, which is just accelerating them down the side of the mountain a lot nicer. But Azzaro keeping the pressure on here, but Boissy yet again has an answer for him. And I just wonder at what point are we going to see Adrien Boissy, like the blue touch paper, the rider in second place at the minute. Azzaro is trying to hurt them and it's working, and again a gap opens up to Luca Martin.
Boissy though content to follow. He did that mostly on the third lap, did a fair bit at the front, but since then it's been all Azzaro.
Well, we're
Boissy
hearing
content to follow.
Another flat tyre for Jordan Sarrou. Unfortunately, Team BMC, absolute nightmare in a bubble car today for them. Boissy tapping along in second place for now. Martin Ollie, I can't remember an elite men's race it is for a long time. It's fascinating stuff.
But just on these hillier courses, you know, almost like if a rider gets popped, that's normally they're done. But they keep coming back at it.
Look at Martin though, look. Oh, Azzaro almost right over the front tyre.
This is full gas stuff now. You see Boissy really squealing.
Boissy staying in the seat as well there. Had more to give. Martin giving everything. It's the only way he knows.
Martin only 6 seconds at the moment. Doing a good job. The last lap he lost 11 seconds at this point. So and he's closing on that little rolling undulating section. It just gives him the opportunity to just roll the gear, get back on.
175 beats per minute, 18.7 on the strain on the Whoop Live. It's ever closer to 21 for Luca Martin. Doesn't have much left to give, but he's on the last stint now. Penultimate lap, and he's right back on the back of them again, Ollie.
Yeah, really good second section of this climb.
Doesn't know when he's beaten this boy.
But it's Azzaro, not quite sure whether to push. He's obviously very worried about Boissy, and it's allowing Martin to get back on. I think it's the tactics between Azzaro and Boissy.
Azzaro a 12th and a 26th at the cross-country Olympic races so far this year. 2 wins in the short track. Azzaro, Boissy, Martin, your top 3 behind him. Avendet, O'Reilly, List, Puntener, Schwarzbar, Colombo, Flukiger, Fontana.
Yeah, good riding by that group. Riley, List, Puntener, Schwarzbar, all rolling in that top 10, but still Azzaro at the front as he goes along this undulating section before dropping into that steep descent. And it's the back end of this race. This is where the mistakes can happen in the tech.
This is where they creep in. As they tip in Luca Martin, one of the best descenders in the world in a cross-country bike, but Azzaro's dropped them there.
Yeah, Azzaro is so fast through that section, and then he forces Boissy to have to make an acceleration now on this false flat to close the gap, and that's another bit of energy that Boissy's had to use.
Yeah, all of them riding extremely clever races in their own ways. But Azzaro has command and control of it so far, but he knows the 2 men behind him are streak lightning through the last descent as they head towards the start-finish line. So behind them, though, Avendetto coming into
Bjorn Riley, who's now caught Avendetto, riding for 4th and 5th position.
What a ride from Bjorn Riley. And what a ride from David List. Yeah, Decathlon Ford. You just cannot predict any part of elite men's cross-country racing at the minute.
Yeah, David List, 21st is his best result this season in the last race, so riding out of his skin.
Well, you have to go back 10 years. For the last time we had a French 1-2-3 in elite men's. Azzaro getting away with one there. Oh, Martin comes to a halt. Just went faster than the riders in front of him. Now he's going to have to risk it to catch back up again.
Oh, he is. He's throwing the dice now. Look at it. Just letting the wheel go. He's trying to close back on. He knows he needs to get back on the wheel before this steep climb.
Oh, and does so.
Big moment for Luca Martin.
That will focus him.
He was in that rut and the weight went the wrong side, and you could see him just managing to keep it upright.
Yeah, used his body so well to get out of trouble there, Azaro, but Martin was just simply going faster than Boishy in front of him and ended up making a mistake as a result, but it's got back on now. And here we go. This is where Boishy managed to overtake Azaro last time, but they're going to come together here quite quickly. Let's see if they can do it cleanly. In the traffic, Adrien Boishy just in front of Matisse Azaro.
And both happy to let the other one go in front.
Yeah.
But Luca Martin, he was lucky there.
At the same
went off track, just manages to hold it together.
At the same time, Ollie, we've talked a lot about how Martin has been in trouble throughout this race. He's also not been at the front for a while, so has he been playing possum? Here we go, there's the bell, it's the final lap here in Leogang of an absolutely enthralling UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup race. Azaro, Boishy, Martin, Azaro into...
I would not have put money on 3 riders going into the last lap on this circuit in these conditions together.
It is anyone's guess as to what comes next. Manny Lettenbichler, extreme enduro rider, here every year, loves his mountain biking. Yeah. On bail duties today.
Bjorn Riley's dropped Simone Avendetto.
Bjorn Riley, 4th place, 31 seconds back. Yeah, he's found 10 seconds in that lap.
One of these riders at this front group blow, that 30 seconds will get eaten up really quickly.
As if we didn't have enough entry. Can Bjorn Riley get on the podium here?
Yeah. Martin has a look over his shoulder just to see where the next riders are, and he's going to see Bjorn Riley.
This has been an absolutely classic installment of Leogang. And there's Phil Dixon giving Luca Martin a really big talking to. Martin looking over at him, nodding his head.
Right, place your bets now.
That will have been within earshot of the 2 riders in front of him as well. Dixie knows what he's doing, so as this stands, it would be the 60th top 10 finish from 120 starts for Mateusz Flukiger. But it's Azaro going now. Azaro.
Yeah, Azaro pressing on. Look at this, and it's Boishy who follows again.
Yeah, Boishy.
Martin just lets the wheel go. Azaro out the saddle. You see, looks underneath his elbow.
Good awareness from Azaro, but Martin again on the ropes by that little punch from Azaro, settles back down again. And this is what we are going to be in for now. It's Maxime Marot's turn to shout instructions.
And I think he just said to him, let the others lead.
Yeah, what you doing? Let them go. Let them burn themselves out. Now Martin attacks.
You see, it was Marot shouted to his star rider Azaro, and then instantly Azaro pulling off. I think the instruction was, don't drag him round.
Yeah, Azaro, give him best.
But I think this is playing into the hands of Luca Martin. Martin has got the edge on the other riders on that last descent.
Luca Martin has tasted cross-country Olympic distance victory before in Léger. Martin has lit this race up, Ollie. He has refused to stay down, as we're so used to seeing now. Azaro and Boishy have done their best to manage it, but all of a sudden it's the French national champion. Who's the fastest Frenchman here in Leogang?
The tables have turned, haven't they? Azaro, I thought was going to take this whole lap on from start to finish.
I did say, but who's going to lead them onto this climb? The last time up the lift line. This could be telling.
If you looked at the 2 previous laps, they rolled up this one together, but look at Martin now.
Martin accelerates, Yolanda now shouting on from the sidelines. Azaro leads up the lift line climb for the last time in Leogang. Look at this from Luca Martin.
He's all in now, all in on this climb, the travelator straight to the top. This is a punchy move, because this is a 1-minute max effort from start to finish.
Look at this. Martin for Cannondale Factory Racing in front, hurting Azaro, but Boishy is still with them as well. They're all just about covered by each other on this climb. Look at that.
They're all over the bike now. They started this section so hard. They're all now blowing. But it's the next climb after this. They get to the top. They got the little flow section. Then the next steep climb. That for me is the key one. That's where we've seen Azzaro drop Martin.
And then Martin goes again, dips ahead at the top of the climb.
Look at this.
Huge, huge effort all around here from all three riders. Neff is heading towards the next climb. Kent Gallagher for Cannondale Factory Racing's there. There's Bjorn Riley.
Still 30 seconds off. David Liss closing back to that fight for fourth position. What a ride by Riley after that flat tyre.
Bjorn Riley,
be a PB.
Giving this absolutely everything, on track for his best ever career finish after a flat tyre. But it's the front of the race where the drama is. And there it is, it's Martin who still leads them as they come into this little flow trail section.
As we drop around this corner, it's almost a dead turn. They have to brake quite sharply. Then you've got the steepest climb of the course right up to the top before the fourth cross section.
This is now a game of who blinks first.
Right, here we go.
Martin out of the saddle, Azzaro out of the saddle, Boischi out of the saddle. Neff still roaring them on. Kent Gallagher roaring at Luca Martin now. Martin deep, deep in the pain cave, but Azzaro and Boischi, they're free abreast at the top of the climb. Look at this!
Azzaro going to the front, but they haven't dropped Luca Martin. I don't know where Luca Martin's getting this energy from.
Boischi, it's now Boischi who's going to lead them at the top of the climb.
Now we're going to the four crash section.
Look at this.
This is full gas racing.
This is absolutely everything. It's like the final sprint at the end of a short track. Never mind lap 6 in Leogang. What a show these three riders have put on today. Back at the front, it's Boischi who leads them into the bike park for the last time. Azzaro's behind him. Martin just checks up, gets a nicer line through the berm, but it's Adrian Boischi.
So we dropped through the four cross, then we're into the second feed. There's a little bit of a lull. Then you've got that long climb to the start. But Luca Martin has been so fast on that last descent. If he can hold the wheel, we're in for a thrilling last half a lap.
Martin having to dig deep again, feeling the pain of that long lift line climb, but it's Adrian Boischi who leads them through the second tech zone, and Boischi starting to ratchet through the gears now, but Azzaro stalking him every second of the way.
So Boischi's been strong on this section. I don't know where, I imagine he's going to go long. I don't think he's going to fancy himself in a sprint.
Martin's gone. Martin in trouble now.
Yeah, Boischi's going to go long. 48-metre elevation, and Boischi goes again, he kicks.
Adrian Boischi kicks, and that's Azzaro got an answer for him. Martin struggling to keep up with him. Azzaro, though, just holding station. Boischi can't break the elastic cord yet.
And it's so tough, this climb.
Boischi looking over
all the way up.
Looking over his shoulder. He sees the man in orange is really, really suffering behind him.
Yeah, Boischi has got the gap. We got this steep climb through the timing. Oh, it's Azzaro. The legs are crumbling.
Azzaro looks like he's stuck in top gear here. He's really, really struggling up the top of the climb, and behind him, Luca Martin looks like he's not going to have an influence on the front of this race anymore.
Look at Azzaro all over the bike. The legs are packing up, and it was Boischi looked under his elbow and just saw the gap.
Adrian Boischi, 6 seconds all of a sudden, just like that, in front of this race. We said it all race long. He kept coming up with answers, and he looks over the shoulder as well, Ollie, which means that there's enough oxygen still in that body.
Yeah, Boischi carrying the speed now into this next steep section.
Boischi leads the way in Leogang. Oh, Luca Martin looks like he's had enough here, Ollie. Azzaro still giving chase to Boischi, but taking nothing away from Martin. He's lit this race up, and he's kept them honest at the front.
Yeah, the way he attacked those first steep climbs, he gave it his all. He rolled the dice, but yeah, he's dropping back to 18 seconds now, and I think he's just got to get this one to the line as we see Boischi carrying good speed, but Azzaro is coming back.
Azzaro is coming back towards him, albeit slowly. He's just trying to muscle that Origine forward. Absolutely everything being poured into the dirt of Leogang here.
But they're on a hot lap now. They're putting everything into the climb. The issue is that then affects your technical skills going into the drops.
Body filling up for the lactic acid right whenever you're dropping into one of the most technical descents on the calendar. Azzaro still working, still pushing. Our clock's in 6 seconds here. 9 seconds now. Is that going to be enough for Adrien Boissy? Is this going to be a debut elite level UCI World Cup win for him? Can Azzaro get his debut elite level cross-country Olympic World Cup win?
Yeah, Boissy, a number of podiums, quite often behind his specialised teammates last year.
This is critical through here for Boissy.
Nah, nice and smooth, but Azzaro has been really quick through this section.
It's 10 seconds, but Azzaro really good through there. As good, if not faster than Boissy.
Yeah, he takes a second out of him there for sure.
He's still in sight, Ollie. He's still in sight of him, and that's huge.
No, Azzaro will not give up yet.
Martin, 22 seconds back off the man on your screen now. Martin's gone. It's going to be between these two.
Yeah, Boissy putting that gap going. It was 8 seconds, now it's 10 seconds. You see Boissy here, it's these false flat sections all race. He's been the strongest.
Bike rider on the climbs, and he just really neat and tidy. Has a little look down there.
They say down through the gears, keeping it smooth, tucking down.
Can Azzaro turn that 10 into a single figure number again? Oh, look at the pain all over his face. There's Luca Martin, still chasing. If anything happens between these two in the front, he knows that there's still a sniff of a win, and he'll keep on going, Martin here.
Yeah, Martin's such a scrapper all the way to the line. He's not going to give this one up. He knows he's the fastest on that last descent. He pulled it back before, but yeah, I think 22 seconds is a bit of an ask.
It's huge, but here we go in this really steep descent. Boissy right out on the edge.
Key section there for Boissy.
Huge roll of the dice, but Azzaro's got it back to within 8 seconds now.
Yeah, Boissy looks over his shoulder, this steep climb, now he attacks.
Oh, this is a big part of this race. If Adrien Boissy can continue to distance himself and put clear air between him and Mathis Azzaro into the rock garden for the last time.
Yeah, and Boissy's been doing this beeline section, making it work for him. He's carrying good speed into the final turns.
Working really well through there, the specialised as Boissy looks up. It's nearly done. This is going to be it. Adrien Boissy's long wait for a UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup win at elite level is coming to an end. Leogang has been rocked all race long by the French Revolution, and it's gonna be Adrien Boissy who takes a debut UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup win. Mathis Azzaro take nothing away from him, home in second place behind his compatriot. And then the third of three Frenchmen, the first time in a decade we've had it. Luca Martin, home for Cannondale Factory Racing. What a ride from him.
That was a proper bike race, that. And Adrien Boissy second in Lake Placid in the final round last year.
Great to see as well, a camaraderie between the three French riders. They give absolutely everything. What a treat of a bike race to watch.
Big result for Boissy, and a rider, he's got high hopes in his career. And
Bjorn Riley congratulates.
Taking fourth for Bjorn Riley, career best for him.
Bjorn Riley congratulates his old sparring partner from under 23s, Adrien Boissy. Riley will know.
The 9th French rider to win an elite XCO race. Adrien Boissy.
Luca Martin down at the finish, straight into media duties already.
But yeah, PB results for Bjorn Riley and David List.
43rd win for Specialised in Elite Men's Cross Country Olympic World Cup, and Christopher Blevins is there to celebrate with Adrien Boissy. Huge moment. 120 career starts and 60 top 10 finishes. That's an incredible stat for Flukiger.
Great to see Luca Schwarzbauer, and you can see what it means to him, back in the top 10.
Back in the top 10 for Schwarzbauer, ahead of Filippo Colombo, 9th place for him after that huge smash, Ollie.
There's been some really strong performances.
Another big ride from this man as well.
Another top 10 for Fontana.
Really good season, Filippo Fontana.
Yeah, 6th in round 1 in career, backs it up with another top 10.
5th career podium for Luca Martin in men's elite cross-country Olympic for Riley Amos.
Ay.
Oh, you can see The insert is out, the tyre's off, heading towards the line. Lilo's going to pick up the place.
I would have let him have that one.
No, you wouldn't.
Lilo 12, Amos 13.
Still a great ride, even with a jog.
Even with a jog at the end, and you can see he's made a mess of that. Trek unbroken. Rider. And an incredible stat as well. All current elite male and female riders on the Specialized team are race winners.
And Boshi knew that. When they're having dinner and they're all talking about all the races they've won, he's the one that's got to sit in the corner and say he hadn't.
And we mentioned it at the top. They all said unanimously in Autriche last year that Adrian was the most competitive on the team. So he's finally got his win. And the big thing is, Ollie, he gets another crack at it next weekend as well.
Yeah, and Boshi last year, third. Second in the short track and third in the cross country in Lenzerheide. So
what a season we're having, though, of just fairy tale rides and downhill and cross country. Look at what it means for Mario Bear as well. Lucas Shatti inside the top 20.
Yeah, Mario Bear starting 53rd on the grid, rolling up to 19th.
Luca Baraido, though, 21st for the Italian national champion today, but this last lap, unbelievable. Look where Boashi is here.
Fair play to Luca Martin. Didn't go, I'm just going to try and hang in there.
But Boashi somehow recovers here. And nips past Azaro at the top of the climb, and that bit was key, Ollie.
And it was on the longer climbs. That's when, see, Luca Martin loves the punchy bits. Azaro's a bit of everything. Boashi, that longer climb really suited him. That's where he got the gap.
Well, apparently Andre Sink pulled out as well, off camera, in the pits, lost drive, but Adrian Boashi has had an absolute stormer here in Leogang. Let's hear from him now. Here's your race winner.
Adrian Boashi, you are a World Cup elite winner. How does that sound to you?
Can you repeat it, please?
Adrian Boashi, you are a World Cup elite winner.
Yeah, it sounds pretty crazy. You know, I started cycling because I loved it. I asked my parents to go on a bike after school, and I never really wanted to quit. And I did races in regional, national, and international, and then under 23. And yeah, I've won in under 23, I've won in juniors, but to win in elite is the highest as ever, you know. There's no bigger race than the World Cup, and there's no people stronger than elite World Cup winner. So to think that today I was the best in the world is something special. I'll never forget.
And it is absolutely amazing to see. And to do it on a course like this, the course and the conditions are so difficult. How was it out there?
Yeah, I have beautiful memories here. In 2023, I won my first elite, my first under 23 World Cup XCO with a super nice attack on the ski slope. And I think Friday I finished the short track with a really positive feeling because I started pretty far back and I was struggling to overtake, but I still felt like I had really good race pace. And today I just wanted to execute my plan to have a pretty conservative race at the start and then build through the race. And yeah, the first few laps I felt really comfortable at the front, and I tried to not be in my thoughts at all, just live in the present moment. And at the start of the last lap, Chris told me to believe in myself, and yeah, I really believed in myself. When I was hurting, I was thinking that the others were hurting more. And on the last kicker, I felt like the demon in myself, and I just went all into the top, and yeah, managed to get a gap and win the World Cup win. Yeah, I can't really compute what's happening right now, but I think it's the work of everyone, my team, Andrew McQuaid, my agent, my family, my brother, who's always watching and criticizing me for the errors I do, my coach, Scott Jackson, who believed in me for a long time, and yeah, everyone involved. I'm just massively grateful to be in this team, to represent Specialized. the Epic 9 was flying. It's definitely the best bike I've ever ridden by far, and I just feel so happy to be with this group of people and to experience this life. So yeah, thank you everyone.
And speaking about your team, now every single member of your team has now won an Elite World Cup. So congratulations for being a part of such an amazing group.
Yeah, I was feeling left out, having not won a World Cup, and now I'm part of this group. Can't wait to choose my number. Can't wait to, yeah. Everyone of the team has been world champion. Everyone has won a Elite World Cup. I mean, I think it's safe to say it's one of the best teams in the world by far. Even my family yesterday was telling me how impressive the team looked from the outside, and yeah, I'm just forever grateful to be in this team and to feel like they are welcoming me like a family.
Well, go and enjoy the celebrations with your team. Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, going to be a good night.
There you go. We said it was a big moment for him. It certainly was, Ollie. I mean, it's as if he'd had that speech written for him. I mean, what a really mature, well-rounded young man. What a way to take your win.
I remember last year I was chatting to Boshi after Lenzerheide, he got third, and just saying about how he just wanted to win one.
Yeah.
He was just like, I've had enough of getting seconds and thirds. I just need to win, especially last year with the success of Christoph Levins and Koretsky and Vidari winning one, and he just wanted to join that club, and now he has. Congratulations.
Massive, massive win for him. Specialized, now wall-to-wall race winners. We're hearing word as well of a possible DSQ for Azzaro, which is under investigation currently. We have no more info than that. We will bring you it as soon as we get it. I'm not sure what for. Well, rider still crossing the line. Adrien Boischet getting the win today in the elite men's race. And a really, really interesting race, start to finish, Ollie. I can't remember one like that for a long time, where that front three just swap positions all race long.
Yeah, quite often on the hillier circuit, especially Leogang, we normally get pretty big time gaps. And I didn't expect to see three riders going into the last lap together and fighting it out, especially in the muddy conditions. And
there's the Cannondale debrief underway, and Phil Dixon right on the site with Martin. Well, we can hear from Filippo Colombo. He's been in the wars today, but he got the bike home.
Filippo, there's as much blood on your hip as the red on your jersey. Are you okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I just crashed the first lap. Just couldn't, yeah, just slapped the front wheel. And yeah, it took me a few laps to see straight again. And then, yeah, I could do my pace, and yeah, I'm quite happy.
Happy to recover. You think you'll be okay for next weekend?
Yeah, no, for sure. Just some bruises here and on the side. It's nothing too bad.
Well done.
Thank you.
Well, we have some big news here. Matisse Azzaro has been disqualified from the race as we see the crash of Filippo Colombo. The rider in second place at the finish line, Matisse Azzaro, DSQ'd. We are still waiting for a reason as to why. We are still waiting for a reason behind this decision, but we can head down to Emma, who is with Matisse Azzaro. Hopefully we'll find out more.
Okay, Matisse, we've not heard some great news. Do you think you can talk us through what you've just heard?
I don't know. I've been disqualified because I went in the wrong line in the feed zone, but I don't know, it wasn't allowed. I didn't gain anything for that. I didn't get any advantage to go on the left because I think it was the line to not take a bottle. But I just now that the commissaire disqualified me, so I'm pissed.
Yeah, totally fair.
Matisse Zaro, this is it. Watch the rider in the lead here.
I hate that. I hate that.
Enters the
I'm so sorry, guys.
the second lane and has been DSQ'd from the race for that. Ollie, have you ever seen anything like that before?
No, I don't understand. It looks, it's open. The pit lane's open, so I don't.
Jordan Saru, very difficult day for him, 2 flats, but the big news story here in Leogang is that second place at the line, Matisse Zaro disqualified, which means the results look like this. Washi, Martin, Riley, Avendetto and List, the top 5 here in Leogang. Riley up into 3rd as a result of that. Huge, huge moment here in Leogang. Let's hear from Luca Martin.
Luca Martin, we've just had a lot of drama. The race yesterday was chaos, and right now, how are you feeling after that race?
I'm feel dead. No, yeah, it was very hard day, crazy. It was dry actually, and I have a mud tire, but it was rolling well. And yeah, Adrian do a crazy job today. Fair play, it was very fast on the track. And Matisse, yeah, I have. Yeah, for Matisse, I'm a little bit sad, but yeah, we play together. It was a nice race. For myself, it was very hard. I don't have so much turbo. I did every time on the torque. Maybe after my crash on Friday, I feel a little bit, yeah, my back, my stomach, but no excuse. We are here for smash the pedal, and yeah, I'm happy to be consistent, and it was a good day. And I'm very enjoying some downhill. It was so nice.
Yeah, definitely. We see on those downhills, you were so fast on that Cannondale.
Yeah, my Canada, it was working so well, and the tire, I tried to cook it downhill. No, it was very, very nice. And the tire, I have so much grip because it was mud tire with not a lot of pressure. I have, yeah, low pressure, and on the climb I feel it a bit, but on downhill I enjoy that.
And then what do you think about the new rock garden here in Leogang?
I don't know. yeah, just for, yeah, it's just a downhill.
And then how much confidence does this give you leading into next week in Lenzerheide? We've got a back-to-back.
That's a great news. And yeah, I just do my race. Yeah, it's just nice to have the #1. It's my first time, and I will be enjoying. We have a new truck. I hope so. We have a massive party. Don't destroy the truck this night, but just to, yeah, just to enjoy that.
Enjoy the celebrations, Luca.
Thank you.
Well, Luca Martin, second today after the disqualification of Matisse Zaro for using the wrong line through the tech feed zone on the last lap. Ollie, absolutely brutal scenes down there.
Yeah, I'm slightly confused by that one, but
oh no, look what it means.
Rules are rules, and I'm not a member of the UCI Commissaires Committee, but I think if someone uses a situation to gain an advantage or get a move, but they rolled it through together, rolled out. It was a fantastic race, and
yeah, Luca Martin leads the standings then by 127 points from Dario Lillo. Filippo Colombo in 3rd, Boischi in 4th, Fabio Puntener in 5th now. Matisse Zaro in 12th from what would have been a much higher placing had that second place stood, and he fought so hard for so long for it. Well, We can hear from Bjorn Riley, who's in third place now.
Bjorn Riley, you had a bit of a mishap there at the start. You had to change a wheel, you had a flat tire. Talk us through that.
Yeah, it was first a really cool race. I've been working for this for over a year now, and just to be here again is super surreal. But yeah, first 2 laps I felt really good, and I was a little scared because usually when you feel that good on the first 2 laps, you know there's going to be a really tough time ahead. And then I might have gone a wee too fast in the rock garden, and I will say I was pretty unsure of my line going into the race. So yeah, halfway through I hit rim probably 6 times, and I was like, oh, might have gone a little too deep there. Turned out I had a flat, and then I kind of just tried to stay calm. I was pretty disappointed in myself though. And then, yeah, thanks to my teammate Fabio, I held on his wheel, and I will say, probably 3rd and 4th lap, I was suffering like really hard and thought I was gonna drop every moment. But the steep climb, I felt really good. And then I just saw an opportunity to follow David List, and we just kind of motored, and then I just dug really deep on the steep climb and decided I'll just have to give it my all. And when I saw that I closed the gap to the lead, I even thought maybe I can clutch 3rd, but they were hooking. And by then I was like, I don't want to end it all by pushing too hard again, so I just went chill.
Yeah, and then obviously you're here now, you're in 3rd place because of the circumstances. It's also your first elite podium, so congratulations on that. That is epic. But the circumstances with Matisse being disqualified, how does that make you feel?
Wait, I'm 3rd?
Yes.
Hey, yo, I didn't know that.
You're so Bjorn Riley, you are placed in 3rd place in this field. Unfortunately, Matisse was disqualified from going into the line in the feed zone.
I mean, I'm super happy to be podium now, but that sucks for Matisse. I know he worked so hard for all this, and that, yeah, I don't know. I'm happy, but I guess I don't know how to celebrate that, but sweet, I guess.
Well, we'll let you go and ponder that. Well done, Bjorn.
I'm gonna have to go find him and give him a hug, because it's not the way you want to end a race.
Yeah.
You go, Bjorn Riley. A difficult one for him to process, Ollie, but I mean, a great ride today. There's the wheel change.
Yeah.
And
yeah, you lose 20 seconds there, you know, and in the mix. And I think we saw, obviously, the ride of Bjorn, first of all in Korea, then in Novo Mesto and a flat tire. But yeah, no, rocking it now into the front of these World Cup races.
And it's not how he will have wanted to do it.
No,
but it is a big moment. It is a podium. There's Matisse Azzaro with his other half. Lisa Baumann, the downhiller. Sport, just like life, isn't always fair, Ollie, but that's a big, big call.
Yeah, and fair play to Bjorn Riley, initially celebrating and realised actually someone's lost out as a result of his 3rd position.
Yeah, and you can see how conflicted he was.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tight circuit, you know, and they...
Tell you what, we saw that piece at the top of the show with a new generation of young riders, and these two in 2023, we were talking about them battling in under 23. Now they're on an elite podium together.
Yeah. Can I leave my glasses on? Can I leave my glasses on, or do I have to take them off?
He would have caught Bjorn Riley out, not quite sure of his eyewear requirements.
Yeah. If you've got a pair of sunglasses like that, you keep them on your head. Bjorn Riley, first career level elite podium for him. Maybe not how he will have wanted it to occur, but he's on it. And this is going to be a huge, huge inspiration for him.
And after a flat.
After a flat.
After a flat.
I think that's what saves it a bit, isn't it? Is it like he rode a fantastic race together.
Unbelievable race.
He'll know that as well. And you can only ride your own race. Luca Martin, second again. Maybe not what he would have wanted, Ollie, but big, big points.
Yeah, 3 second places now. Unbelievable. Yeah. And the maturity to back that up on 3 completely different courses in different circumstances.
We're talking about how unpredictable things are at the minute. He's been the most consistent so far this season. But Adrien Boischy, there's going to be a big release of emotion here. Specialized have wall-to-wall UCI cross-country Olympic World Cup winners on their team roster at last. Adrien Boischy, for so long, the prince in waiting of elite men's cross-country, finally becomes the king. Look at that podium. Boischy, Martin, Riley.
All super young riders.
Super young riders. I was trying to do the
22, 23 years old.
I was trying to do the average age mental arithmetic, but my brain doesn't work that quickly. But between them, the 3 of them, changing the face of cross-country.
It was a changing of the guard. Nino Schurter finishing last year, and then that as a podium.
Yep, huge.
And watching those guys rocket down the 4 cross-section.
That slow-mo shot of them all whipping together, you're like, this sport has changed so much, and it's these riders who are changing it. Matisse Cesaro, heartbroken after that DSQ, after he crossed the line. Adrien Boischy, Luca Martin, Bjorn Riley, your top 3 here in Leogang. Massive race in Leogang. This one may well rumble on into next week as we head to Lenzerheide. Luca Martin gets the number 1 plate. Leads the way in the UCI Cross Country Olympic World Cup as we head to round 4 in Lenzerheide. The Bike Kingdom awaits. Rocky the goat just being asked to calm down a bit there in the background.
With the front, yeah.
Yeah, Puck Peterson complimenting Jenny Risford's Canyon there. Luca Martin leads the way by 127 points from Dario Lillo in 2nd place now. Filippo Colombo in 3rd. Boischy up in 4th. Fabio Pintoner in 5th. Ollie, it's a serious mix-up in the top 5.
Yeah, we see guys like Bjorn Riley, David List coming through as well. Aldridge dropping back a little bit. Yeah, it's a real mash-up.
Great season of cross-country racing already, and plenty more yet to come as we get ready for the elite women's podium. Alessandra Keller for Thomas Maxson waits her turn. See fans staying on for the podium celebrations. Big party scheduled tonight in Leogang, as there always is. Matisse Cesaro unlikely to be there. Has a lot to process before next weekend. Alessandra Keller, 3rd place today, and Ollie, she missed round 1 and we wondered how that would affect things, but riding her way back towards her best now.
Yeah, always very consistent. Alessandra Keller came back, but again, as soon as she came back, first race back at another Mesto short track, big crash, but then to come back decent in the cross country, and we always see that Thomas Maxson team pace the season very well.
Puck Peterson, second place today. Big smile. She enjoyed that one, Puck.
Yeah, and an improvement again. Another rider that's on the up. We've seen all those three riders. Jenny Risved's obviously going from second to a first, but Peterson and Keller, all cross-country form is on the up.
Yeah, next weekend, perfectly poised. Back to her very best here today, though. Jenny Risved rode her luck with that contact with Sevilla Blanc on the opening lap, but then rode away from everyone else thereafter. The officials under the microscope, the UCI commissaires here today. It's been a busy day for them. Risved takes the win in Leogang, ahead of Puck Peterson and Alessandra Keller. Ominous for the rest of the field. Risved back to her 2025 best.
Yeah, we have 4 races over the 5-week period. You can see Jenny Risved winning by close to a minute at the first of those 4 races is, like I say, ominous indeed.
And managing a lead like we saw her do at the end of last year as well. I think we might see another big performance out of Puck Peterson next weekend. You know, just looks a lot happier. Looked good in that race. Getting the mountain bike miles clicked back on. And Keller as well. Home race for her next time out. Thomas Max's home round.
Won there last season. So we'll have had that one with a big circle round in the diary. So I think she's going to be firing next week.
For the Swiss riders, Lenzerheide is a big, big deal. We'll be hungry for it there.
Yeah, I think if you go back to a venue as well, home race and one that you've had recent success with, kind of confidence will be on a high.
Jenny Risved back up on the podium to reclaim a #1 plate for Canyon. Yeah, Risved heading back towards what we saw at the end of last season. And this is what we saw a lot of the time. Risved's leading things out. This time it's the UCI Cross Country Olympic overall standing. She's now 80 points ahead of the woman who led on the way into this race. Sina Fry, Lyra Steger in third. Alessandra Keller down in 11th, but we think just on a bit of form and on her way back up again. Kira Baum inside the top 20. As well, first year elite rider for Cube Factory Racing. Well, we've had drama, we've had controversy. Classic Leogang. Leogang Bike Park. Getting ready for the big after party this evening. Pretty large one last night for the downhill, but tonight, cross-country fans get to enjoy themselves. Team of the day, podium. Getting ready to go. Rocky's down there with Specialized Factory Racing. Big weekend for them. That win from Adrian Boishy helping them across the line. Good to see Vidari up and moving, Ollie.
Yeah, big slap off in the full cross section, lost the front wheel. Looks like he's moving all right.
Yeah, say he'll be stiff and sore in the morning, but hopefully good to go for Leogang. They're waiting for Adrian.
The team also as well, all being good, should have Christopher Blevins. He's on site today, but he should be back next week racing.
Yeah, what a lineup of riders. Has there been a stronger cross-country lineup?
And at some point, we're going to have Victor Koretsky back on the start line as well. So,
yeah, Victor Koretsky playing catch-up as well. Vitare. Got to take it where you can get it.
Needs to take the edge off.
Yeah, I get that. Feeling that myself after today. That was all action from where we were sat.
What are you gonna choose? What happened with the food? Big man.
Those two. Trouble on legs. Let's have a look at the team standings then. Specialised Factory Racing, 232 points clear of Scots Ram MTB Racing. Decathlon forward and third, then Cannondale Canyon, Trek, Tumas Maxon, Origin, Lapierre and Willier Vittoria. Rounding out the top 10. Well, here's the Gobic rider off the round. Jenny Risford's taking the jersey for the elite women's category.